Yeah, got my eyes made out in soap. My whip drop like a pole. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I'm rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, got my necklace from the thrift store. Jacket say Gucci, but it's stitched though. My Yeezys really just Oswego. I bring my girls to Papagenos. My wrist so cold from my new Fitbit, staying healthy is key. Ain't got no money for that Prada, so I rock plain white tees. My wallet fatter than my homies from the bus or receipts. You know I'm fly. Got so much room in my Levi's. Got girlies dropping like they flies. Cause I smell like a homeless guy. Got my eyes made out in soap. My whip dry like a polo. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to thank. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I ain't rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, Schmo.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the late edition of High on Politics. What day is it? Tuesday? Let's do this. Oh man, I hope you guys were able to catch the show earlier on over on this space. Yeah, I was over at the hospital visiting Unimoogle, who is in chat. Everybody say hello. Give her your well wishes. She is recovering. What up, Anna? What up? I'm not sure if you know, the missus. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, you missed a lot, actually. So we'll go over a few things. So first off, and most importantly, so we have a new dono scheme for $100. If like, and this has to happen in one stream, I will wear this for as long as I possibly can. Our mod Rect Angles, who she finally checked back in, and she sent me a gift. So this is the thing now. Oh, and check it out. When I have a spicy opinion, so yeah, you missed something. As I said, yeah, we get to $100 in one stream that goes on, and until then, it remains as Tim Pepper's little pillow thing. But yes, so you missed that. Hot pepper, I know. Totally on brand. What can I say? It was funny because we reached the goal, so I had to wear that, and I covered a serious topic just like I said I would. And I was joking about that initially, where I was like, watch, the first time I do this, it's going to be during a serious topic. Yeah. Go. Self-fulfilling prophecy right there. But yeah. So we did that. But also, Uni she has joined us in the chat, and she's been here pretty much all week. But not for good reason. Unfortunately, she ended up in the hospital. It has been a multi-day stay, and so just give her your best. We're trying to make her laugh, keep her spirits up, which with this news cycle, oh boy, it's not exactly been easy, but we try. Thank you. I'm sure. I think she can see that. Yeah, she can. But how have you been? I hope that you had a good weekend. I hope that you also had a good day yesterday. Just glad you're here today. It's good to see you. I know that things have been going well for you, so I am. I'm still very happy for you and everything going on. I need a breather because, already doing my show earlier, I have to say. That was, it was kind of a bummer. It hit me where I was just like, oh, everything is not awesome. The Lego movies, it lied. The Lego movie lied. It's dour out there, man. Like the way that they're talking openly about this shit. About the with Pam Bondi now doing her thing with the First Amendment, and just it's concerning. How on planet Earth have you been living without her there? It must have taken a nuclear test in that. Must look like a nuclear test in that. Oh, I mean, it doesn't look great. I will say that much. I need to yes, I'm doing a deep cleansing before she gets home, but yeah, I might have let it go a little bit. Shut up. I hate to even admit that, but it's true. The fact that you said it, are like, the dishes are done. The dishes are done. It's just, haven't really been doing much else. But yeah, we have fun here. Oh man. But like I was saying, things are. Oh my god. Let's see. Let's pull this up. All right. Oh, by the way, Kirk, hope it's okay that I, started the show with your music. I feel like I have to ask permission each time. All right, what are you guys saying? Wait a minute, I might have to take that back. Believe me, I know it's true. We're not too different. How dare I? Exactly. Okay. Yeah, man. No, you might have that one right. I'm only nervously laughing because it is just like, man, my floors do not look good. I mean, that's really about it. Like, which for me, because I have so many animals, that's a bit. It does actually. I don't know, because I got like a cat scratcher, right? And it's one of those like cardboard ones, so it's everywhere. And I just kind of looked at my cat. I'm like, whatever, man, just go for it. I'm gonna just get the shop vac for this one. So, woo, it's Pep again. It is Pep again. Late though. I am late. I will acknowledge this. But for good reason. I was with Uni in the El Hospital, which it was kind of fun. We went on a little journey. So she gets to walk the halls finally. So things are on the mend. I'm not sure how much she's comfortable with me saying, so I'll just say this much. She's on the mend. We got to walk the halls, which is kind of funny. It really is just when you're walking with an IV thing, it's just I can't help but think of Walking Dead. So specifically episode 1. Yeah, again, you know. But yeah, we had a nice time. It was well, as much as you can in a hospital. Unigrimes. Okay, that's funny. You got me with that one. You got me. Don't make me laugh too hard because it actually kind of, like, it doesn't hurt, but I'm definitely coughing something up. Carl! That's, she just forgot my name. Carl! Come here, Carl! Who is she talking to? Carl! No, thank you, Etch. Yeah, no, it is fantastic. It is good. I mean, there's other sides to this that are not great, but we're gonna make do. But let me put the reminder out there that yes, you guys can help with the medical bill situation by contributing any amount is so much appreciated. I've changed the rule instead of the $2 donos for dog. It could be $1. I don't care. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the propaganda hat. Duh. That's why I put that on in the beginning. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now too. Sorry, I was chatting with my nurse. I do get to adventure now. Oh, talked with a friend. Oh, nice. Yeah. So we found a good sunspot. It's kind of weird when you find a good spot in a hospital. You're just like, this is primo. You make do. Oh man. It was just kind of all right. I wasn't gonna really talk about this, but I'm gonna just say it. Oh, so while we were walking, there were rooms that had the door open. At one point, the door shouldn't have been open. It's like, what are you doing? What are you? I saw something that I really didn't want to see. It was a very, very old person, and oh boy. It was not good. And I just kind of, okay. I'm going to go to the elevator now and, I don't know, bash my head against the door multiple times to try and forget that. It was rough. Old hospital booty turns good day into bad day. Yes, it did. It did. I don't know. It made me depressed. Like, I walked out of the hospital with like a shocked look on my face. Just, wasn't ready for it. The funniest part was too, like the nurse was just like, "No, dear, no." It's just, oh boy. I'm so happy you missed. Yeah. Although it would have been funnier had you been there, because at least we could have laughed it off instead of me just carrying that trauma. That was pretty rough. Also, just can I say, like, hospital smell is a real thing. Bud Light's one of the best beers. Bud Lights? Oh, Zach, come on, man. You need to really, you might need to, I don't know, but no, it's not. Also, just objectively, you're wrong. If you don't have Yinglings by you, which that's one of my favorites, even though I think that they might be owned by MAGA people, which I don't know anymore. Can I just say that I'm getting exhausted with all of this shit in the world to the point where I'm just like, oh my God, I want to care. I want to do the right boycott and just, but God, like I had to get Taco Bell the other night. I was just like, fuck it. I am getting Taco Bell. I got the Y2K menu, which again, man, I thought I missed the Doritos Locos Taco, specifically the Cool Ranch. I did not. That was, yeah, there was a reason that one kind of went off the menu. I was just like, oh, this is okay. I should have gotten the cheese one because that one's great. There's a reason that one survived. The double decker though, I realized I missed that. They need to bring that back. I'm doing so many ums and uhs today. All right, I'm gonna reset here. There we go. That's how I reset. I have oh yes, she got to eat today. That was another thing, guys. Uni got to eat broth and jello, but she got to eat. I hate Yinglings, really, for that exact reason. I used to be a busser at a restaurant, working 60 hours a week. They always had to rush, change the Yinglings keg. Oh. I call them, I mean, it's spelled like younglings, and the Star Wars jokes write themselves. Uni, does this mean Pep is ordering Papa John's every night? Be honest. No, Papa John's? You forget where I live? No. I did have Portillo's last night. It was a salad, though. It was one of the rare times where I followed through, and I was just like, I'm going to get a salad. And I had 2 meals out of it, so it worked. Probably not Kirk, but he would be ordering some kind of I wanted Dave's on the way home, and I made sure that I didn't. So, never mind DoorDash. No. Unfortunately, I have that. I'm stubborn. I would rather walk to a restaurant than use DoorDash. I'm no. I can't justify the costs. Sometimes for instance, when Bloodstone took care of me that one day, where she was just like, "Here, this is so you can, pay the delivery fee and do a tip." It's like, okay, you know what? That justified it for me. Also, I spray myself with a Yingling keg before. Smell like beer when training someone how to change a keg. That's kind of funny. Now, I would believe that. See, don't get me in trouble. Do not get me in trouble, sir. Because I have a big mouth. I can't shut up. Oh my god. I just realized something. Just looking at the shape of it. I look like, if you guys don't know the reference, I'm like the Pepper version of, oh my god. Why am I blanking on his name? Mac? Mac Tonight? Yeah, Mac Tonight. Or Mick. Was it Mac Tonight? Fuck, what was the moon dude from, the McDonald's commercials? Mac Tonight? Yeah, I think it was. No, it was. It was totally Mac Tonight. Cool. Yeah, especially with the sunglasses. Okay. Pep is starting onlookers like fried chicken. It's not even fried chicken. I like chicken wings, and it's yeah. Well, that's interesting. Apparently, the George Zinn, who falsely told police that he shot Charlie Kirk moments before the attack, has now been charged with possessing CP. What the? I can't keep up with any of this anymore. I was thinking Carrot Top. Oh my god, Carrot Top. Ew. Man, that's I saw him on something. Oh yeah, he was on Kill Tony with Triple H, and somebody tried to send me that link. I was just like, I'm not watching Kill Tony, but also that's a winning combo there. DoorDash when drunk is bad. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Shit. We've all been there, It's 1 a.m. You got a diner near you. There's you're just like, I could really go for a giant omelet. You don't feel like making one, even though I make a badass omelet. I do. I make a very, very good omelet. It's just again, you're drunk, 1 a.m. Who the hell wants to make an omelet? I may be exposing too much here. Yeah, it looks like a carrot Pep. Had a yellow wig on it, and your Trump impression would be wonderful. Oh. I should just get a Trump wig. That would kind of, I don't know, that'd make it. Because, this added a layer, but it's not, enough. Because I gotta, do the whole, yeah. And then, all right. I mean, no, this still works. This is... Okay, guys, okay. No more First Amendment. I told you once, I told you twice. I'm gonna tell you three. I'm gonna tell you thrice. Thrice reminds me of rice. I'm going on a tangent. I have no idea where I'm going with that. Oh, my brain. I wasn't kidding, guys. I'm feeling kind of just cooked. Is that I think that's the term. I'm feeling cooked, and it's not from like fun stuff or just smoking too much or any of it. It is just dealing with all of it. God, I said it yesterday about the social media stuff, which I made sure to stay off that as much as possible. I also covered this on Propaganda earlier, but being bald isn't me. Well, that sucks. Can you grow your hair back, or did you shave your head? I don't know. What up, Pinkerbell? How you doing? You should do a theme stream every day, dress up like Trump, just see. No. I like to have fun here, but that's a bit much. Come on. I've got a giant pepper that Yeah, who else has a giant pepper and a, sidekick that hates him because he loves Tim Pool so much? Yeah! You shaved it? Oh, yeah, he'll come back. If anything, he'll actually, come back better. Yeah, hey, let's just forget that's even there, okay? We do not need to, Dude, oh, you just reminded me, that's like lore. So there's a secret about Tim Pepper that we found out, and I wasn't prepared for it, and I don't want to show it again because I don't want to ruin it for everybody. I used my head. Wait, I shaved my head with a unused ball trimmer. That is strangely specific, and also, what the fuck? Were you just testing out your Manscaped? You're like, if it works on balls, it'll work on my head. Is that why you're bald? Is because it worked too well? It did the thing where it didn't even leave the stubble. It's just like, ooh, silky smooth. TMI. I mean, a little, just a eensy wincy. I mean, Zach, where were you for the weird portion of stream last night? Yeah, sure, Sean. Sean definitely, he threw, it wasn't even a wrench, it was just a curveball where I was just like, I was not prepared for this. I don't know. I thought, I forgot what it even was. Hot Boy something? Not Hot Boy Summer. What the hell was it? I don't know. Just talking some nonsense. Zach, I can attest to this is a great method. I shave my legs when I do my night shifts with one of those. Do you do the Looney Tunes? Do the little roll up, and you have the high heel on, but that's just one leg. Hot Boy Magic, that's what it was. Hot Boy Magic. To be honest, Manscaped razors kind of suck. Yeah, no, they do. I'll be real. I use one of the, it's the Venus 2-in-1. The Venus 2-in-1. Somebody had, a comedian actually told me about this. So I have absolutely no shame about this. It's the, very good. Very good. Very close shave. Panasonic Arc 3 or Arc 2 is really, well, I thought you were talking about something else. I mean, face. I might have to actually get one of those. Yeah, I have a Panasonic Arc 3, but it's been through the ringer. My cat likes to knock my razor off the counter, and at one point there was an internal part that broke, so it's duct taped. Every time I use it, I'm just like, I don't know. I should probably just buy a new one, but it still works. It still works. It's in prime condition. The blades are good. I have pretty privilege. I'm pretty stupid. Haha, like it. We're doing the weird thing. We're chilling for a minute, guys, because, like I said, doing the stream earlier and just reading all this news and going through all of this, I couldn't even escape it. It was it was on TV at the hospital too. Like I walk in and they got Fox News on one, they have MSNBC because they got to keep it balanced. In the lobby, and then you go up and or shit, she was watching some news. I was just like, oh, cool. Just got an Arc 5. I'll check it out. Yeah, no. I'm dead serious. It's the Venus 2-in-1. It's got like it's got the little trimmer part, and then it's got the straight edge. I have pretty moments. Amazon ball trimmer works great. No hair on my head anymore. Well, I mean, if you're using a ball trimmer on your head and that's your endorsement, I'm not sure if that's the right review. It's like, wait a minute. I think you're using that wrong. I don't know. But I just noticed something that I forgot to do yesterday, and I want to do this. Yeah. Oh, that's a bone. Oh my god. That hurt. Here. You can have your bone back. Found a Pokemon pack. Let's go. I want to cheer myself up. Let's get away from all the pain and suffering in the world for 5 minutes. You know what's sad? I realized this too. Even if I wasn't streaming, somehow my brain would like keep me doing this, like just constantly being involved. So don't feel bad, guys. Or too bad. We got a hoot hoot. All right, for a Pokemon. Actually, kind of cool. It looks like a little purple gnome. Impidimp. Even I don't know who that is. Ooh, Frogman here. Nice. Nothing spectacular. I got 2 of him. The same exact card. That's always fun. Yay! Damn. The thing is, I don't care, like, the hits. I'm just, like, kind of waiting, where it's just like, I want something that I'm looking for my decks. Not the money cards. I'm really bad at collecting. Like, I don't sell any of my shit, so. Anytime somebody's like, it's worth this much, I'm like, oh, you mean 0? It's like, what? It's like, are you selling it? No! Oh, so it's worth 0 until you sell it. Then it's worth that. Because if you're not selling it, then it's worth... Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I have a weird way of looking at this, or, like, my dad just kind of beat that one into me. Well, figuratively speaking. My dad was not... He was a cool guy. He was just not... I mean... It's weird to have, like, a Red Foreman dad where people are just like, wait, did your dad, like, I don't know, beat you? It's like, no. No, he just beat me down with words. He was very good at that. One Piece, the best Pokemon. I have to watch One Piece. I'm now convinced. I've seen enough of just like the like online culture with it, and been curious about enough of the well, it's actually the card game that did it, and seeing some of the designs where I was like, oh. Okay, this anime is... It's always been cool to me, but it's intimidating to get into something that had, by the time... God. I need to be almost... Shit. This must have been 20-something years ago. But by that point, it was still already like... Yeah, it's about 300 episodes in. It's like, what? That's crazy. Best financial advice I got in... Random was from someone who said, if you can't afford it twice... You can't afford it. That is very good advice, actually. I like that. Huh. You know, I kind of wish I had that, like, applied earlier in my life, because, yeah, that's really, really good advice. Guys, take that. Definitely use that. Because, man, I made some pretty bad financial decisions that I could have avoided with that. And honestly, things like that always work. Because my grandma, she used to say this thing where, you know, if you're able to, wait 2 weeks. Like if you really want something and it's kind of expensive, wait 2 weeks. Then 2 weeks later, if you still want it, then get it. I'm so glad that I've done that with so many things where I'm like, oh, I saved myself from a bad purchase. Cool. No Jay-Z quote. Yeah, I'm lucky I got into One Piece 10 years ago. Even then, it took me years to go through hundreds of episodes. Yeah. It's so intimidating. Right? Oh, hey. Cool. I'm glad that we're giving some advice here. This is fun. Oh, man. Okay, so somebody just sent me another... I knew this was coming. Why does everybody want me to talk about... Well, I get it. So, people have now requested twice that I talk about the Pam Bondi thing. Oh, actually, hold on. I just realized that this isn't our Discord. Oh, okay. Never mind. I can hold up. What up, Deconstructing? Good to see you. You're just talking One Piece and financial advice. The financial advice being wait 2 weeks to buy something that's a larger purchase that you will still be there. I do not apply this to things like Pokemon cards, for instance, where it's just like if you see them, you kind of need to buy them if you want to get them, of course. But actually, I'll just say this for anybody. No, actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to just shut up right there. I was about to ruin it for the entire community. Because you know how I have a very large outreach with people, so. And so short. Yeah, I just thought about this. That was probably the thing I should have been watching, like, during the pandemic. I should have been watching One Piece, but I played Witcher 3 instead. And 100% in that game. It's one of the few games that I've ever 100% completed. That took me a long time. Only to get 2 bad endings. Although I got Syria to end up in the future, so that was good. Right? Right? Yeah. Anyway. All right, fine. Here we go. Oh, cool. That's actually not... Oh, I see why you wanted to send me this. That's not bad news. So the shooter... I've had enough of his hatred. This doesn't do anything. Fox News loses control on live TV as Trump goes full psycho. Oh man, iHip News and Midas Touch. Here. I think this is what they wanted to showcase. Check this out. Now I see what you were doing. You wanted to show me they were here. Cool. So check this out. Ground News is doing this thing where they're showcasing podcasts, which I just recently saw that. But dude, okay, Midas Touch and iHip. Kind of acknowledging that podcasts are a little bit where people get their news. Interesting. All right. Well, fuck it. We'll get into this. How are you guys holding up? How is everybody else holding up with, like, just the flooding of this fucking news cycle and just the idea that all of this shit is just... It's the Project 2025 fucking playbook to, silence leftist dissenters.
Recently, Pastor Howard...
Whoa, what is this? Pastor Wesley was right about not honoring Charlie Kirk. Ooh. True Christian spirit. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at this. We'll put this at the back end so we can kind of close out with it. There we go. Sorry if my audio's low. It's not your speakers or anything. It's not my mic. It's me having a hard time here. Hey Fred, what's up, man? It's from a Christian channel. All this news is making me miserable. Yeah. No, like guys, I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to be I'm just, yeah. It's been a lot. Oh man, I cannot get this little knot right here. That's also why I'm a little apprehensive to go right into this, because the right wing still thinks it was a left trans guy. They're so dumb. Well, now they're doing the thing where it's like he was dating, because they keep saying a biological male, which, what in the actual fuck? Like, if they were trans, you could even say that, but now they're just saying biological male. So is that how we say non-binary, or are we not doing that? Like, so the news is just wholeheartedly erasing this shit, going with it. Like, this is where I am starting to get a little depressed about this, because, dude, there's no pushback. There's no pushback except from channels like this, which they could you do realize how easily, and they are targeting channels like this, but because I am smaller, I kind of got, like, strangely lucky with that. But Kyle Kolinski's channel, it's seeing some pretty intense decline. Well, not decline necessarily, but it's seeing viewer decline, specifically because of the way that they have the new rule with restricted mode. Which, if you guys do not already have restricted mode off, please make sure that you do, because yeah, this it's wild. But it seems to be they're reinstating right-wing accounts, or like if there's a right-winger, yeah, they're not getting hit by it nearly as much. They did. Like last week, you had a few of these guys going out and just being like, oh, this is bad for everybody. And then Charlie Kirk happened, and all of a sudden, oh, we got a silence left here. Go, go, go. Go for it. It upsets me a little that people want to stay so far removed that they just don't care about Gaza, but then they care so much about Charlie, but still don't give a shit about Gaza. Yep. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's why we call guys with long hair now biological male, because assuming anything else could be too progressive. Oh, wait, so... Really? Are you... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, crap. I just realized that I couldn't really see through that, and that's a problem, because usually I could do the ha ha ha. Oh, hey. By the way, yeah. Lest we forget that America ignored what Germany did until they couldn't. Yep, that is true. Oh, hey, it's Jessica. Hey, welcome back to the show. Appreciate having you here. That's very true. And unfortunate, and just... Oh, yeah, America's... I hate the whole World War II history where they're just like, yeah, America was, Captain America, essentially. Just the superhero that got dragged in, instead of, acknowledging that, hey, we might have been paying for a lot of things. Henry Ford was definitely involved in a lot of things, and just blah, blah, blah. Despite having evidence as early as 1942. This is Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate, man. It really is. It sucks. But because I feel like I'm living through this period of history that I have to acknowledge it. I just have to acknowledge how they are treating Charlie Kirk as their Reichstag fire. I said this earlier, but it's fucking true. Look at the way that they are doing this. Pam Bondi coming out, free speech we need to go after free speech. Like, seriously, they just want to say that it's like, we want to go after people who are mean to right-wingers. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck? Like, how? And this is where I really am getting pissed off at the Normans for not even being aware of this shit. That was by design. Get these people disenfranchised. Get the left to fucking eat their own and go fucking crazy on themselves. I'm even more pissed about the core shit now that we're dealing... Like, I was right, man. This is fucking insane. And then, on top of this, funny enough about the chorus stuff, I think that chorus is also a reason that you don't see a lot of the fucking commentators talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff until literally 2 days ago. They went all weekend, and then they tried to be like, we did it out of respect. Go fuck yourselves. Oh, man, I just realized I really am just... I'm in an angry mood. I'm angry. I'm angry about this. I'm angry. I am feeling a little powerless with all of it going on, because, again, like... I know that I'm here to make you guys to provide you guys with more fun and just like I don't fancy myself a newscaster. I don't fancy myself a journalist. Unfortunately, some other people do. But this is where it's like I want to try and have fun here. But I cannot pretend that this is fucking normal. This is fucked and it's affecting me, man. It is affecting my everyday life. The Lions were one of the only football teams to have to not have a moment of silence for that prick. Yes, because again, they would do that for anybody else. Like, what are we doing? And then you have the fact that they're trying to go after the First Amendment, like I was just talking about. And Charlie Kirk, not even a year ago, was talking about how if they went after the First Amendment, you know, we have to protect it, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, they don't even listen to the dude who got shot. You want to talk about being disrespectful fucking assholes and shitting on his memory. Way to just ignore some of the things that he really did stand for. You know, it's almost like, you know, the broken clock syndrome, where he did agree with, you know, the left on a few things, and it seemed like he was pivoting on Israel, and weird. Now their leadership and team have openly stood up for people. It doesn't make sense to me. It's by the thousands are being slaughtered. It's way worse than what happened to Charlie. It's because people don't identify with it. You want, like, Sylvie, this is, I hate to, like, I'm not trying to sound cold here. I'm being just, this is the fucking harsh reality about America. Unless it affects them, unless they can see themselves in it, or see, like, how it could affect them, they don't give a fuck. That's why that's why they can get away with this genocide. That's why. Because you don't have the independents who don't fucking, you know, the people who don't vote. They don't watch news. Half these people probably don't even know that there is something going on in Gaza. And if they heard about it, they probably heard about it from, like, you know, a family event where somebody was just like, these leftists are all crazy about Gaza, but they don't talk about dirty blur. I mean, I'm sorry. I know that I'm coming off like, I know how I'm coming off here, because I am coming off a little bit just like, what's the point? But fucking A, it's just, I'm just tired, guys. I'm not giving up. I'm tired. I need to acknowledge this. I've been told by, again, in therapy, that it's like, if you don't acknowledge these things and you just bottle them up, you are going to essentially explode. And it could, it could kill you. Like, it could literally kill you from, like, just, you know, bottling that shit up in your gut. You know how you feel stuff here when you do bottle stuff up? When, like, Yeah, that's your action. Like, your body is physically reacting to this shit. But at least they're getting rid of healthcare, right? Ha! Increasing those premiums so you don't even go. It's almost like they're trying to fucking kill us all. Weird. And it's not even just the leftists. It's almost like they just want a very certain class of people to suffer, but suffer just enough where they could be, oh, well, hold on. It's because we'll suffer until it affects them. Sorry, man. I need to calm down. I really need to calm down. Y'all realize this was an internet joke? Oh, I'm not saying he was Wait, I'm only listening. Where does it feel? Right here. Right here. Right in the diaphragm, like the tum-tum is what I call it. Because here's your actual tummy. Here's your tum-tum. I at least have, there's one kid out there that says that shit because I told him, where it's just like, this is your tummy, this is your tum-tum. And it's like, did I just make that kid actively stupider? I think I did. Oops. If he went to his teacher, hold on, my uncle says that this is my tummy and this is my tum-tum. It's just... Uh-huh. Political Punk showed another woman's video who explains groypers, their history, culture, and why he did it. He wasn't a fucking groyper. Honestly, this is where I think I'm so tired, is I played the game. I did. I played the game. We literally... Sylvie, how many times did we have to do the... Oh, I think we fell for disinformation with Kyle Kalinske. Like, Kyle fell... And it's not his fault. He fell for it, too. This is where I'll say I'm at least, I am a little bit covered here where I am, I'm just asking fucking questions and trying to get this right, man. I had a bunch of people get mad at me about that, too. Like, no, it was definitely a griper. It's like, I don't listen, if it was, then where's the clear-cut evidence of any of it? That's my fucking problem with this. The way that they did it with the trans shooter bullshit, they got us to do the thing where we were just like, nah, it was definitely a MAGA. Like I said, I think I need to smoke, I need to take an actual smoke break. I need to unwind this, but this is what sucks. I know I'm going to be riled up for the next hour and a half. Because this is all that's in the fucking news. And this is where I did cover what happened in Gaza today. I started my show with that. This is why we don't do hot takes. Oh, well. I don't know. Not having hot takes right now also seems just... It seems like they're winning the censorship battles. Because remaining silent right now ain't the fucking answer, I'll tell you that much. There's a reason that we're pushing back so hard, is because they are being aggressive about this. I hate to say this, Anna, they are trying to make you they already thought oh my god, trans people are subhuman. They are trying to do the thing where they're like, no, we want to make it illegal for them to exist. And the thing is, they're making strides in it. That's what's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Let's take the guns away from those crazy transes, even though they make up for 0.3 of the fucking shooters in the country. We gotta worry about that. And then it's the because trust me, if you guys don't stand up for the trans community in this, then they're coming for you next. And this, I am not walking this one back. They're using this as a stepping stone. They want to see just how much they can get away with. So then they're going to be like, oh, you know what else is, mental illness? Leftism. So anybody that's been an online advocate, we need to go after them. Because they've already done that. They've already talked about how they're fucking using fucking Palantir to go after all of our online data. How do you think all those people got found with the Charlie Kirk Society? Who do you think they paid? They bought all that information, and Palantir was more than happy to do that because, again, they're so fucking, like, they're... The fascism is here, man. The Colorado shooter wasn't just a supremacist. He was a full-blown neo-fascist. Yes, I am aware of that, but nobody cares. Nobody wants to talk about the fucking Colorado shooting because that would be acknowledging that we have a fucking gun problem. But no, they want to martyr Charlie Kirk so they can, again, focus everybody on this Reichstag fire moment where it's like, no, we really need to have a conversation about this, but we need to keep it civil from one side only. Unless you look like Charlie Kirk, they're coming for you next. Yeah, pretty much. How about take the guns from religious fanatics who are 87% of all gun deaths? Yeah. Wait. 87%? What? Wait, hold on. Are you talking about like from a certain... like self-editing kind of thing, or like what are you talking about? I don't know about that, but whatever. It's not bad. Excuse me. Oh, you're saying like the school, yeah. Or wait, all gun deaths? Wait, what? That seems... I don't know. I hate to do this, but that just sounds a little not right, but I could be completely wrong. I'm not in any mode to fight about it, so... But I'm also not... whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. It's semantics. What's it gonna change? What's it gonna fucking change? It might get us in a little bit of an argument, and then we might fucking, unfollow each other, or you might fucking unsubscribe, or whatever the hell, and then it's, it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. This is where I was saying the thing about the fucking chorus thing, because it's like, no, realistically, this is why I'm mad. It splintered the left at a point where we needed to be the strongest and we needed to start making strides in being together. But holy fucking shit. Do you understand how much damage that did? In that moment. We couldn't have even fathomed that this was going to happen, obviously. I wonder if, actually, I would love to ask Taylor Lorenz if in hindsight, with the Charlie Kirk stuff, would she have still done that? I need to calm down. I need to calm down. Because this is literally what I am seeing red. And now I'm literally... Okay. That helped. All right, that's how I can calm myself down. Just I should probably put the pepper hat on. Just look completely ridiculous in this moment. But no, spicy takes require spicy glasses. Face chip. Nah, never mind. I was being over-exaggerated. Stop that. That's not helping. I get it. The point's not as sexy if it's fucking 30%. I get it. Or even 17% or whatever fucking actual percentage it is. I understand it, but this is the game they play. And this is where I'm again, stuck between a rock and a hard place because I don't want to meet them at their bullshit, but I recognize where it's like, no, dude. We are in a position where they're about to monopolize. You understand how dangerous the Warner Brothers and possible Paramount merger is? Do you understand how fucking dangerous that is? They are going to own all of the fucking media, and Trump is perfectly fine with this. Anti-monopoly law. What? Who heard of that? Antitrust what? Who's heard of that? They don't give a fuck. They are doing the coup. They are doing it right in front of us. And they're using some really fucked up tactics with it and then making us, you should be ashamed for even saying something fucked up. You should not be so emotional. You should definitely tone it down. The crazy left. Oh, look at the meanie bobini left. Oh my God, why are they getting so mean? My heart is pounding to the point where my watch just gave me a warning where it's like, calm down. It's not the sound one either. Yeah, my heart rate's... Your heart rate is abnormal. Yeah, thank you. He's literally suing publishing companies and New York Times because they're mean. Yeah, but this is the thing. These motherfuckers need to push back. Oh my God, I saw $15 billion. No, if New York Times does not push back, if they settle this, they are literally the nail in the coffin for fucking legacy media at that point. And yeah, everything is going to be just regime media. Goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye to this. Seriously, I won't even need to, ever fucking, think about quitting stream, is because they're going to make this shit illegal unless I pivot to the fucking regime media. That's where we're going. And for anybody to bury their heads in this moment or to fucking focus on the goddamn, we need to fix this on our side. Go! Fuck yourselves! What we need to fix is getting rid of feckless leaders like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Those are two things that need to fucking happen just immediately, where it's just like, dude, how is this not, how is this just not happening? This is why I'm trying to get out of Dodge. I'm in danger. I'm not sure if you know this, but you and 30%, 40% of my community. I actually just did this tally. Of my active chat, I think 40% is trans, which that is actually pretty cool. Yeah, do you know what the lowest number was? Was just men. Because they don't make you identify as your sexuality, but sorry, I really need to calm down. I'm trans, which means they want me effing dead. Yeah, but don't be so dour. You still have a lot of support. This is the other thing that they want us to do. They want us to think that we're that splintered. And this is why I brought up the chorus thing. This is why I am actually, getting pissed off about this. Zach, shut up. Yeah, that's going to work. Yes, that's totally going to work. That's exactly what they're expecting at this point. Target a trans person, have them protect themselves, say that they targeted the other person, and then, oh, look at these dangerous trans people. Trans people are cool because they don't come up and ask you what's in your pants. Yeah, again, that Buffalo Wild Wings story that came out, that should alarm any parent. I don't care if you're a mother or a father. You hear that shit, immediately you should be going, this was a slippery slope. They are doing some really fucked up stuff about this. You know what? Fuck it. No. My daughter does have a little bit of a boyish figure. Should I be worried? Every fucking girl that's ever played basketball in high school. Fucking Christ. Sorry, guys. I hope that this is entertaining, I guess, but I'm being as absolutely fucking real as possible right here, where I'm it's burning me out. And it's not the streaming part of it. It's just, I can imagine anybody that's paying attention to this is feeling the exact same way. And then you, again, have the trans community that is like, no, you're literal targets. But if you're of the left, they are literal. Here's where they're not differentiating. They are saying that they want to go after leftists, and they use the term liberals, by the way. So tell your centrist aunt or your fucking, you know, anybody that is still identifying with blue MAGA or the fucking, but again, oh, blue MAGA, like we gotta, yeah, let's totally just, not you. Let's not associate with them at all because, yeah, we don't need them. Fuck me for ever becoming interested in politics. Why couldn't I just be the dumb comic book guy that everybody already assumes I am, where it's just like, oh, this guy just gets high and reads comic books all day. That would be a great fucking life. I could have been a gaming streamer. Oh, fuck. I'm kidding, by the way. I have made this abundantly clear that well, I mean, I don't know, man. I used to love following politics, and there is a strange addiction to it, but lately, centrist, you mean? You're a pussy and can't handle confrontation? Yes, they are pussies and can't handle confrontation. You still need their fucking votes. I get it. You're better than them. You want your special sticker? What are we getting out of this? What are we getting out of doing shit like that? Can I just fucking ask that? And I want some real answers now. They're so desperate to go after leftists and trans people. It's so effing obvious. It isn't like a carefully crafted and well executed big brain strategy. It's just blatant lies. Yeah. I was a centrist 6 years ago. I've drifted more and more left each year. That's great. I'm happy for you. My political journey has been a little all over the place. I just didn't start as a right-winger as much as, like, that's what, there's almost a part of that sucks. Like, of all of the religious, like, or the people that came out of religion, like, hearing Destiny say this yesterday kind of made me think. He's like, yeah, I used to be a conservative. It's just like, I've never had that arc. I never had a conservative arc. I had an arc where I was politically confused and I didn't even know what a conservative and liberal were, where I was just like, so I'm a conservative because I'm Christian? And somebody was like, yeah. I was like, but I don't believe in any of that, like the guns thing. Because I've always, like, the second that my little pea brain could just do the thing where I'm like, why were bullets made? It wasn't to make hunting easier. It was to kill people easier. So then I was just like, oh, Jesus would totally not be cool with that. He would look at that and just be like, what have you done? What have you done? That's kind of what started putting, and then, yeah, of course, like the whole feed the poor, you know. I guess I got it wrong when he hung with, you know, leave it to Billy Joel to actually have a better take on that one. You know, Jesus or sat with the sinners and or I'd rather sit with the sinners than party with the saints or whatever. I can't even get the line right. The big corps don't even need money. They will spend $5K to chase $50K in debt. I'm going to say this much, guys. The libertarian, the leftist, again, just saying that you're a PSL leftist or a fucking DSA leftist, or saying that you're center left, saying that you're liberal, all these, where it's like, we all kind of, in the vein of, hey, we want better things for our country and people, and like healthcare is a main one. Like, I've talked to even libs that want, like, yeah, better healthcare. Now, do they want that pesky socialism? Well, yeah, it's because they've never really had it explained to them in a way that makes them unafraid of it. And unfortunately, this is where I've called out the behaviors of just like, no, they've always been condescended to. They've been told how wrong they are for being centrist, and like then they come to people like me and they're just like, I can't talk to the left because they're just intolerant of even people that think like them. It's just like, fucking Christ. I went to a Democratic event, a month ago? That's the one where I met Kat Abagazala. Or Abagazale. I'm not sure which one it is anymore. I've heard it 2 ways now. I'm like, I think it's the first one, because yeah. But I could be wrong. Either way. Yeah, I'll never forget that. Like, as long as I live now, I will never forget that moment where he was just like, a DSA what now? I was just like, oh, like the DSA chapter, he's just like, why are you doing that? He's just like, why can't we all just vote for the same person and just hope for the best? I'm like, that got me. Worst part is that the right is incompetent and inept. It would be one thing if they were No, it wouldn't be one thing. It would be fucking Nazi Germany if they were competent. No, that's the one thing fucking saving us right now. I'm about to lose my shit on that. Oh my god, no, the fact that they are fucking morons, please, I hope that I misread that. I hope that you are saying that, no, you should be cheering on their incompetence. Finish the sentence. But no, they are fucking morons, and they're so open about how bad they literally do it in plain sight. Okay, but no, I still missed where, because you said the worst part is that the right is incompetent and inept. No, you're right. Sorry, I'm a little touchy right now. Okay. Andrew Johnson based. What's up, Andrew? How's it going? Hit send midway. One hand typing. Wait, what'd you say, Sean? Jesus had hot boy magic. Yeah, that's the reason that they don't want him. Jesus' hot boy magic was just too much. Too sexy. That's Jesus' thing where it's just like, no. Too sexy. Pep needs a smoke break. Yeah, I do. Thelonious chirp. Isn't it Nazi Germany right now, though? No. Oh my god, I just almost made a really insensitive joke. It's nutsy. It's nutsy Germany. That's what it is. It's nutsy America. Not Nazi, it's nutsy. So that works. We literally impeached Clinton for less? Yeah, we did. Good times. The good old days of when things didn't feel so existential and just like, I don't know, man. Had some dude, had to report him to fucking YouTube because he was like coming after me for the title of yesterday's stream. Which was about the grift that Charlie Kirk's wife is all about. And I am not walking that one back. No, don't get crucified. You're too sexy. One of my favorite jokes was ever, do you think Jesus ever just at one point like had a bored moment in the tomb when he resurrected because like he just took the moment to look at the holes in his hands and then he used them as a whistle? I just thought that was a pretty funny visual. What was I talking about? Oh, I was about to go smoke. My bad. Give me a second. She is totally a grifter. She is milking it for everything. It's crazy. But again, having a guy he didn't do the death threat. He just did one where it was borderline. He was, funny enough, calling for violence, which is you're You're gonna get a stigmata for that. Alright, time to smoke. Oh. All right. I think I'm good. I think I can chill now, and I think I'm good. That helped. Oh. By the way, guys, if you haven't already hit the like button, please do. Really helps out the stream, and I just noticed that we got 21. Hell yeah. Well, let's get that like counter up to 21, shall we? I really appreciate it, guys. Oh, well, 20. It is the easiest way to support the stream. It's free. So. Oh my god, are you guys doing this? Stop trying to have dumb debates right now. I'm not in any mood. Oh, also, most important part. You guys, if we get to $100 by the end of stream, I will, well, by the end. Whenever we get to $100, I will wear this ridiculous pepper hat, that everybody thinks is a carrot for some reason. It's not a fucking carrot. Well, I can kind of see where you might think it looks. And, yeah. You guys will be helping with my medical bills, because, you know, American healthcare, so awesome. So awesome. But anyway, let's get to this thing I've been avoiding for a long time. That's not it. We're going to watch that later. Again, thank you for sending that. MAGA's arresting people for criticizing Charlie Kirk.
All right, y'all. We have to talk about right-wing cancel culture in the wake of Charlie Kirk being shot, because this is just seriously unhinged. I mean, I've never seen anything this extreme in terms of canceling, censoring, trying to ruin somebody's life. Let me walk you through it here. So you have these people who put together this database of what they call Charlie's murderers. Okay, now right off the bat, we're in legal trouble here, because these are not Charlie's murderers. These are people who may have, it ranges from people like mocking Charlie Kirk after he died, to people saying, it's horrible he got shot and I condemn it, but I disagree with him and here's why, to people just like literally directly quoting him, using his own words,
Voicing
and saying, here's what he said. And so they're just calling them Charlie's murderers and putting them on this massive doxing website. Now they would claim, oh, it's not doxing because all the information's already publicly available. And I don't know, on a technicality, they may be correct or maybe not. But when you take all that information and put it together and put it on a list where you have, you know, whatever, names, phone numbers, addresses, and stuff like that, and clearly the intent here is ruin these people's lives, I think it does change the nature of what they're doing in the sense that clearly there's ethical issues here and moral issues here, but it goes deeper than that. In fact, there are definitely legal issues. So as you can see here, database to expose over 30,000 people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death with employer details is set for public release soon. Oh, so that's true too. They have employer details, which means they're saying like, hey, call the employer and tell them to fucking fire this person for saying stuff we don't like. Free speech, anyone? No, not to these people. They don't give a fuck about that. So here's what the website said. And I should point out the number's way higher than 30,000 now. I believe the number was over like 50,000, maybe even way more than that. So it says, expose Charlie's murder. Charlie Kirk was murdered as an employee or a student of yours supporting political violence online. Look them up on this website. Send information on anyone celebrating Charlie's death. And then they have a Twitter account for Charlie Kirk 1. This website will soon be converted into a searchable database of over 30,000 submissions, filterable by general location and job industry. This is a permanent and continuously updating archive of radical activists calling for violence. This is the largest firing operation in history. They are bragging about a firing operation. So if you say anything other than, you know, fawning love and adoration and praise for Charlie Kirk after he's been killed, if you disagree with him, even a little bit, they want to get you fired. They want to force you to live in poverty. They want to ruin your life. That's what they want to do. All right, well, guess what? Update just came in. Okay, first let me show you this. Evan says, this website is almost certainly criminal defamation, and any of the people on it have an easy lawsuit. Expose Charlie's murder. Charlie Kirk was murdered as an employee, so it says all the things that we already laid out for you. Boom, we just got this update. They changed the domain and took everyone off the site. So it used to be like charliesmurderers.com. Then they had to change it to charliekirkdata.org, Charlie Kirk Data Foundation. Now it says, this is not a doxing website. We lawfully collected publicly available data to analyze the prominence of support for political violence in the interest of public education. We do not publish data which identifies individuals. Our thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk's families. So what this means is defamation lawyers were ready to have a fucking field day, bro. A field day. You put like over 50,000 people and all of their personal information on a website and encourage people to harass them and threaten them and try to get them fired. Well, guess what? Number one, these aren't public profile people. So
no, these are literally just normies that, again,
based on
they upset somebody on social media and then they were just like, oh, go after this person.
that alone, the bar is lower for like defamation or libel or slander. That's point number one. Point number two, you're calling them Charlie's murderers. That is clear defamation because they're not murderers. They may be somebody who said something impolite after the death of somebody that they didn't like, but that's perfectly legal. Of course.
But again, are they gonna? The fucking courts are a joke now because if it goes to the Supreme Court's just gonna side with the fucking right wingers now.
That's legal. So holy cow! But guys, when I tell you how insane this has been here,
and I'm supposed to think otherwise anymore, like, dude.
Here, I'll show you. I'll give you a bunch of examples. Libs of TikTok says a teacher at Ellsworth Community School District.
By the way, I'm in a better mood. Like, that's the weird part.
In Wisconsin, quote, he spewed hate. You can't be upset that he died. This teacher, Krista Lisecki, she said the following about Charlie after he died. He said deaths.
Yeah, we're having a teacher shortage, so this is great.
Are worth.
I'm sure that the parents will be very, very happy that their kids have a substitute teacher for the duration of the year because she said meanie bobini things about Charlie fucking Kirk.
For the Second Amendment, he did.
Honestly, if the parents don't stand up for that teacher, or if there isn't some grassroots shit here where people just start going, nah, you know, this does require like some institutions to just go, yeah, you know what? They have the right to say that.
Because
they've done that with these assholes like time and time again.
Spewed hate. Disagree with his comment and essentially everything he stood for. But if you like what he
like, dude, we let the bullies win, and this was our fault. That's how I feel. Like, I'm just being real right now. That's why I think that I'm having kind of a crisis here.
He stood for.
Like, I feel like legitimately we were too soft on something, or we focused on something wrong, and like the bullies just bullied the shit out of us, and then just they won. They took over everything.
Then you can't be upset that he died. He fulfilled his destiny. In other words, when he says, hey, deaths are worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, and then he dies because of guns, that's the point she's making, right? Very straightforward point. So Libs of TikTok calls her out. Guess what? Derek Van Orden comes out and says, I represent Ellsworth in Congress. It is a beautiful town full of wonderful people, except this.
What's up, Herman?
This one. I will be working to remove all federal funding, including grants and community-directed projects for the entire city of Ellsworth, unless this is rectified immediately.
This just makes me hate Democrats so much. Why? Why? This isn't even their failure.
So let me screw
I gotta be real with that one, bro.
over an entire town of people because I don't like what one person in the town said. That's insane, bro. That's insane. Let me take all the grants, all the federal funding away because one person said one thing I don't agree with, which, by the way, is not at all a criminal thing. By the way, you scroll down here a little bit, and what do you find? Derek Van Orden, this...
I mean, again, where's even like a lawyer?
Same guy who's outraged that some...
Sorry, and I'm not trying to be that dour, Dave.
But he dared disagree with Charlie Kirk after he died. He responded to a tweet that said 17 million people just lost healthcare.
I'm just exhausted. I'm focusing on the fact that, no, dude, they're not the ones coming after our rights. You can be mad at them for fucking sucking, sure. But why even waste the energy at this point?
18 million kids just...
You gotta have enough energy to even fight this.
Just lost school meals. 3 million Americans just...
Or are we just gonna, I don't know, burn out on this and just go, well, at least we could shame the Dems because they ain't gonna fight back.
Lost food assistance.
God damn it, dude.
He responded to that with, yes! Celebrating that 17 million people got kicked off healthcare. Here's a different tweet of his.
Oh, that's right. They will fight back because we're leftists.
The suppression of protected religious free speech by leftists must be stopped. So, leftists...
God, do you think that they would agree with half this shit? They're just like, wait, we're not them! But now they're lumped in with us, so it's just like, hey.
Being anti-free speech is disgusting and grotesque. But right-wingers being anti-free speech is based in cool and Chad. Oh my God, I hate these people so much. Bro, we are just getting started. An Arizona sports outlet, Phoenix Sports, has fired...
Oh, could you imagine, like, all the teens getting arrested for fucking hate speech?
Lead Phoenix Suns reporter, Gerald...
Oh my God, dude. Like, Grand Theft Auto is not going to be able to exist.
Bourget, after he questioned why outrage over right-wing activist Charlie Kirk's killing was louder than outrage over school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which...
Yeah, Dave, my point is literally, what's the point of even focusing on that? Put your energy into creating that opposition, the people that we can trust to really fight back, to win.
Charlie Kirk cheered on.
Like, this is the thing, like, where stop living in the moment where Bernie had the fucking nomination taken from him. Fucking traumatized from that moment, and they just never moved on. Meanwhile, you got guys like Zoran who are just, it's unfucking deniable how popular he is. It's like, if he doesn't win, it is going to be like the shock of the century if, you know, Trump has anything to do with it.
Phoenix, in a statement, said the network takes matters involving violence very seriously and parted ways with Berger to keep its community a safe place. Oh my God.
But you already got people that are just being like, Zoran worked with the Democrats. I'm getting just, I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy, the mental fortitude to give a fuck about the Democrats anymore.
Gerald Berger was not endorsing violence, but was urging
I know.
readers to apply the same moral standard to all killings. He wrote, quote,
I'm just reminded every day of how much I hate the Democrats and haven't heard anything from Democratic leadership. Yeah, I brought up about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries need to be fucking booed at every turn.
Oh, too many of you are.
But you know what? You still got a bunch of these liberal fucking douchebag moms and dads were like, I say that because they're, you know, old, that age, you know, the 50s or the not boomers, Gen X. Like, goddamn. Sorry, I'm not even trying to do this generational bullshit, but it is these people that are just like, they're a bit older. They have theirs. You know, there's a common theme there where it's like, they got their nice little fucking middle class life.
Are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on principle to condemn hate. The network did not explain how his comments made Phoenix less safe. Berger's case joins a wave of recent firings and suspensions, including an MSNBC analyst, a FEMA employee, and a Carolina Panthers staffer over comments.
Sorry, I didn't even finish the thought, but I'm just saying, like,
carry on Charlie Kirk's death. So, just, you know, somebody...
Then you got assholes like this. How are you going to combat that, huh?
Saying, all right.
In the marketplace of ideas, how are we supposed to win? Like, if we have just...
You want to be outraged about Charlie Kirk's death? Fine. But what about all those babies that are being blown up in Gaza that you haven't said shit about?
We even have the marketplace of ideas anymore.
What's up with that, bro? And they go, oh, we must fire you. This was endless. It's still going on right now. So this is the exposed Charlie's murderers people. Screenshot evidence of all those celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. Have it ready for submission. Collect everything. So as Nathan J. Robinson points out, notably, many of the entries on the Charlie Kirk's murderers database are people saying things like, I don't think he should have been shot, but he wasn't a good person, and we should give equal attention to other victims. For that, they're trying to get you fired. So here's one of the comments that's on the website that they're trying to dox this person, get them fired, and ruin their life for. I've tried to hold my tongue, but I genuinely do not know how any person could be saying Charlie Kirk was a good man. Of course, it's awful he was shot. So were more children at a school in Colorado the same day. Yet, most of you haven't said a thing about that or any of the 45 school shootings this year. That is a tame, sane, rational, reasonable, correct, accurate comment, and they're trying to ruin that person's life over it. Michael Tracy says, a professor at a public university in Tennessee was just fired for resharing a post that university administrators deemed insensitive and disrespectful. Most right-wingers never cared about cancel culture as such. They just wanted to be the ones doing the canceling. And then you want to know what this person shared? Ready? Here's the only apparent post from this professor who was just fired. This person shared an article that says, Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. So literally just sharing what Charlie Kirk's position was with no added commentary whatsoever.
We should be talking, like, saying anything about this.
Ever.
About what? Dave, I'm confused. Who? What are we saying? Like, are we just going to who am I supposed to go to in the Democratic Party? Like, am I supposed to be like, hey, Dick Durbin, can you yell at Hakeem Jeffries a little bit? Or can you yell at Cory Booker a little bit? Oh, wait. Sorry. Durbin Senate. Oh, Jesus. Fuck is in... Spakowski? I forgot her name. Jan. The old lady.
And
am I supposed to call her? Because, I mean, we got a primary here, so I'm focusing on winning the primary. I don't know, man. I'm not focusing on dividing messaging, like having divisional messaging and also focusing on just how much the Democratic Party sucks when I have to work with these assholes through the next primary. So I don't know, dude. If you're disappointed, I don't know what to say.
Fire him. Now, by the way, I should also point out, you want to talk about easy slam dunk court cases. If you're a teacher and you get fired for something like this, totally illegal, totally unconstitutional. There's case law on this, and the Supreme Court has deemed that protected First Amendment speech. This is like the
I'm
government
saying Democrats should be offering a counter narrative. They should be saying, yes, I do agree with this.
trying to crack down on.
Like, where is anybody? Like, they're, you have people like Elizabeth Warren that are just like, start with the president. Like, if that's all they really have to say, then Charlie Kirk dies and they're just like, yeah, we need to tone down the rhetoric. We need to tone down the rhetoric. And then what do they get met with? We need to lock up these dangerous Democrats who are propagating this violence.
On you for you speaking your mind. They cannot fire you over
Like, you're not, again, I'm not arguing with you, Dave.
this. It is very clear. Classic First Amendment case here. So they could easily get their job back. The question is, do they want to go through all the fucking...
Just literally telling you, I do not have the mental fuck to give about focusing on them.
trouble and the fuss and the money that would...
Because again, if you until I hear that there's somebody that I need to call or like tag,
cost to get their fucking job
here's the wind, I'll shout to it.
back. Right? Just absolutely disgusting. For years and years and years, the right just went off on the left for cancel culture and censoring and silencing people and look at these snowflakes shutting us down. Meanwhile, what's like the worst example they come up with? Oh, a bunch of college kids are trying to make it so Ann Coulter can't give a speech at a university.
Yeah, and somehow, some way, they got their fucking outrage into the media sphere. Somehow, some way, they keep winning these fucking narrative battles when they are the dumbest things that you can ever fucking see.
That was the extent of fucking left-wing cancel culture. The right-wingers are like, how about I get you fired?
Man.
How about I get you fired? How about I ruin your life? How about I threaten you? How about you get arrested? Hang on for that. It's coming. I got one for you. It's coming in a little bit. Here's a guy named Ian Yeager. He says, liberals can't stand a difference of opinion, so they will cancel you. He said that in 2022. Here.
Can someone what? What? Yeah, it's called voting. The thing is, they're gonna, by the next election, they're already trying to get rid of voting by mail. They're trying to rig the next elections. They're doing it with fucking gerrymandering. They're doing all this in the fucking open. And then what do? We have online we waste our time a lot with just having like non-productive discussions about where we're trying to here is more of a support group, which again, trust me, I'm using this to vent right now because it's like, fuck this. But also, like I said, man, come this next primary season, we need to pull our heads out of our asses.
Here he is in 2025. I am calling on Barnes & Noble to remove all Stephen King books from their shelves after his post about Charlie Kirk. What happened? I thought liberals can't stand a difference of opinion. Apparently you can't stand a difference
We worked ourselves to death for over 44 years, or 44K,
of opinion. Probably the most frustrating thing about conservatives is how many of them are
Wait, what?
genuinely too stupid to even understand that this is hypocritical because they genuinely cannot comprehend moral principles beyond me good, you bad. Exactly right. Senator Katie Britt went on Fox News and said, if you are out there and you are celebrating the political assassination of a man who is exercising his free speech, you should be held accountable. You should be fired, and that is the beginning and the end of it, full stop. So literally in the same
Pep calling the kettle black.
sentence where she says, I support free speech, she says, you should be fired for
Meets kettle.
your speech. As Jim Stewartson says, you cannot reason
As I said, guys.
with this level of non-self-awareness. In other words, she's a fucking idiot. She's a low IQ idiot, and everybody engages.
Discord. Wait a minute. This goes back to what I remember. I made this argument once where I was just like, how come we can't do like AGT style voting? And I'm like, that's probably not a good idea.
This fucking crusade, it's the same goddamn thing. Low IQ morons, knuckle-dragging freaks. Pete Hegseth tells Pentagon staff to hunt for negative Charlie Kirk posts by service members. Several people have already been relieved of their jobs because their posts on social media, defense officials told NBC News. They are ideologically purging the entire military. Anybody who does anything but fawning praise over the dead right-wing propagandist is in trouble, is losing their job. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is hitting every area of society. Ready for this? Meet U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Ladnier, the provost marshal at Fort
This leader came from TV. The next will come from the internet if we aren't careful.
Eustis, Virginia. He has lots
I've seen the next wave of voters, and I'm not exactly jazzed.
on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and they don't seem in the least sympathetic. So this person is sending the information on this lieutenant colonel to the Charlie Kirk's murderers people, right? You ready for what he said? Literally everything this guy said is a direct quote of Charlie Kirk with no added commentary. Quote, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Yeah, this is the ones where I'm just...
MLK was awful. He's not a good person. He said one thing, he said one good thing he actually didn't believe. The Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. I don't like the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. Every single thing he said here, directly quoting Charlie Kirk. That's it. No commentary. No, I'm glad he's dead. No, I'm with the shooter. No crazy shit like that. No, just here's what Charlie said. And they're adding him to the Charlie's murderers list. Trying to ruin his life, get him kicked out of the military. It is unbelievable where we're at, bro. It is unbelievable. It's one thing to try to say, we should have bare minimum civility in this country, bare minimum decorum and respect for fellow people, regardless of their ideology, right? It's one thing to say, you know what? If you don't have anything nice to say, hold your fucking breath for a day or two, right? That's one thing. It's a totally other thing to say, you're only allowed to do fawning praise. And if you do anything other than fawning praise, we're going to ruin your life.
Again, I love how anti-American all of this shit is and how so many Americans are just like, yeah.
That's a totally separate thing. And now you're not even allowed to directly quote him. How damning is that, by the way? That if you put his own words and that's it, they go, oh, obviously you're trying to say he was a piece of shit. Like, I didn't say anything. You're interpreting it like that because the words on the page are pretty fucking ugly, aren't they? How damning is that? About their own ideology. That all you have to do is quote them back to them and they're outraged and offended and they're blaming you. I didn't say it. You could have not said that, right? It's unbelievable, bro. It is unbelievable. Here's another right-wing prick, Olivia, who says, hate speech is still free speech. Cry about it. She said that in August 15th, so about a month ago. Now, I feel like a Karen with the amount of calls I've made to employers. Anyways, back at it again. So hate speech is free speech. Go cry about it. But now, if somebody said something mean about Charlie Kirk since he's been killed, you're calling employers to get those people fired for their free speech. I cannot express to you how furious this makes me. How much this makes my blood boil. You cannot take a single word of these right-wingers at face value. They have zero principles. Zero. They don't believe in anything at all.
I'm kind of glad that everybody's getting to this point. Like, Kyle's to this. Hey, I'm not the only one, guys.
They believe in...
And I'll be honest. I've got other shit going on, like in my life that like is kind of making me have a little bit of a shorter fuse, and also where I'm kind of having like existential crisis about like the healthcare system and just being like, no, we really do need to take care of this and we need to like hammer the fucking healthcare message. But again,
power. That's all.
Like,
I'm right, you're wrong. I'm gonna crush you. That's all they believe in. They will flip on a dime a principle that they claim to believe in that defined the movement for fucking years. Derek Evans says, how did we get to a place?
I'll be honest. If I want to continue to fight with leftists, I'm like, at that point, why not just become a MAGA chud? Like, fucking Christ. I'm not interested in fighting against Democrats, leftists, or any of this bullshit anymore.
Where political violence is not only acceptable, but is being celebrated.
If they fucking oppose Trump and fascism, like, then go ahead and just say it. Like, oh, you're blue MAGA at that point. What?
I pray for our country.
Fine.
This is something that Derek Evans had posted on social media before. It's Christmas ornament.
I don't know, man. I have to be completely real here. This is, it's getting exhausting. It's getting exhausting.
Of Dr. Fauci and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and Barack Obama and Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton being hanged and killed. And it is...
oh, by the way, there was a possible lynching. They're not sure if it was, the kid dying by, S side, but yeah. This was in Mississippi.
Supposed to be Donald Trump, basically pulling the rope that gets them all killed. But, political violence, how is it being celebrated? Florida Democratic lawmaker faces demands to resign after calling Charlie Kirk fitting sacrifice to our Lord Smith & Wesson. So here's the full thing he said. Charlie Kirk is a fitting sacrifice to our Lords Smith & Wesson, hallowed be their names. And it shows, picture of Charlie Kirk and the event he was at. Clearly what he's saying there is, hey, the right has decided we shouldn't do any gun reform, and so therefore our gods are Smith & Wesson, and okay, well now here's your sacrifice to Smith & Wesson. In other words, flipping their ideology back on them to say, hey, this is what you guys wanted, and now you got it. And of course, they're calling for him to resign. This one is not even, this was, I believe this article was from before the shooting. UC Berkeley shares 160 names with Trump administration in McCarthy-era move. Prominent professor Judith Butler, among students and faculty, investigated for alleged anti-Semitic incidents. So you can't say anything that disagrees with Charlie Kirk since he's passed away. And you also can't be too pro-Palestine or too anti-Israel, because then your name is going to be shared directly with the Trump regime in this new McCarthy-era crackdown. That's great. Really good stuff. Greg Abbott says, this is what happened to a person who was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination at Texas Tech. And it says FAFO. That stands for fuck around and find out. And you see this young black woman getting arrested. That's what you see. So according to Greg Abbott, his words, not mine, this is what happened to the person who was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination at Texas Tech. So she is being arrested for mocking the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is a classic, literal, textbook example of free speech. We may not like it. You could say it's uncouth. You could say it's incredibly mean. Whatever you want to say, it is completely and utterly legal. You think if I got murked, there wouldn't be conservatives dancing in the fucking streets? I got news for you.
Zach, if you don't chill, I'm going to have to ban you.
There would be. But he's bragging about it. Here's something he posted on Twitter just a few months back. I just signed a law protecting free speech on college campuses. Oh my God. They never meant it. When they say we believe in free speech, they say we believe in free speech to like say overtly
Honestly, you were on a short leash before. Like, dude, come on.
racist shit and to call for our
Bro, I've told you to calm down multiple times. I can only tell you so many times.
17th fucking war of imperial aggression. That's what they mean when they say we believe in free speech. They believe in free speech for right-wingers. And as far right as you want to go on that spectrum, they're the people who get free speech. Nazis get free speech and you can shut up and take it. But if you're slightly to the left of center, oh no.
What's up, James?
You get no free speech. You get arrested. You get arrested. Arrested?
We're going to try our best to turn this frown upside down and focus on something a little less bummery, but...
For being mean to Charlie Kirk after his assassination.
I also feel like it's irresponsible to just not talk about this and like how serious this fucking is. Dude, they're targeting the First Amendment today. Like, today's it's a bad day in America.
I thought this was America. I thought we had free speech. Well, we did until the right killed it. This is the game I'm not going to play, y'all. I'm not going to play this game. I'm not going to play this game. We're not going to play this game where you are now not allowed to speak about his actual views since he's passed away. I agree on the point that, like, hey, be a decent human being and say that political violence is wrong because political violence is wrong. I totally agree with that. I think any reasonable person would agree with that. I think we have to live in a civilized society, and part of a civilized society is you can't do fucking vigilante murders and political assassinations, right? Duh. That's the most obvious thing in the world, and everybody should say that. Now, at the same time, they're taking that one step further where they go, well, under the guise of niceties and decorum and civility and being a civilized country, we're now going to say you're only allowed to do fawning praise of the guy. But there's a problem with that. Then you're saying this high-profile, controversial...
They were in response to, like, yo, I don't usually play that who started it, but you definitely were being provocative.
...political figure. Now his ideas are, like, off the table for debate. And we agree with them, and that's the end of the conversation. But we don't. But we don't agree. And that's okay. We can disagree. So here's some of the stuff that he believed. Charlie Kirk directly called for, supported, organized, and or financed political violence, a thread with receipts from Cooper Streaming. Here's Charlie Kirk calling for the killing of Joe Biden. So there's video of him where he says he should get life in prison or the death penalty. Here's Charlie Kirk saying America should have public executions and show them to children. Here's Charlie Kirk saying we need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor, Here's Charlie Kirk calling for shooting and whipping migrants on the southern border.
If you get out of pocket, then I'll just put you in...
Here's Charlie Kirk talking about immigration as the enemy occupation of the foreign hordes and directing his supporters, buy weapons, buy ammo. If you go into a public space, bring a gun with you. Here's Charlie Kirk claiming Haiti is legitimately infested with demonic voodoo and Haitian migrants would become your masters if Trump lost the election. Charlie Kirk calling for grown men to physically confront and threaten
Jesus, just when I thought I heard everything.
Children with violence. Hey, tough guy, you want to get in a pool? Because you're going to have to come through us. Here's Charlie Kirk calling trans people an abomination and telling men to handle them like they did in the 60s, directly encouraging violence against student athletes. Here's Charlie Kirk calling a murder victim a scumbag. Here's Charlie Kirk claiming the civil rights movement was a huge mistake and it created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. Here's Charlie Kirk calling Martin Luther King Jr. awful and a bad person because the 1965 civil rights law prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, and national origin, and prohibited segregation. Here's Charlie Kirk fear-mongering with racist statements against black people, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. Here's Charlie Kirk implying if a black woman frustrates him, she deserves violence. Charlie Kirk, when, quote, I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, it almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily wholesome. Here's Charlie Kirk knowing that he doesn't want America's religious freedom to apply to Muslims because they are a threat. America has freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank, large dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America. Here's Charlie Kirk claiming Muslims are incompatible with civilization in America. Quote, we've been warning about the rise of Islam on the show to a great amount of backlash. We don't care. Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Here's Charlie Kirk using violent imagery to stoke fears against Islam, claiming that by practicing their religion in a country with freedom of religion, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America, and a spiritual battle is coming to the West. Here's Charlie Kirk lying about immigration numbers and openly supporting the false white supremacist great replacement theory to stoke fear in the public towards immigrants. Here's Charlie Kirk saying gun deaths are worth it. Here's Charlie Kirk's list he made of professors he subjected to death threats, rape threats, and racist and anti-Semitic harassment because they taught academic subjects that did not align with his white supremacist agenda. Here's a long but not exhaustive list of white supremacist hate incidents from Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk organizing 80 or so buses full of violent insurrectionists to attempt to overthrow the elected president and the Constitution of the United States. This thread is, of course, not exhaustive. Feel free to add your own documented incidents with receipts below. So that's the record. That's the record. Truth is always a defense. Truth is always a defense. In fact, truth is offense too. It's both defense and offense. And so,
that's also why I'm not shying away from talking about this. And I just want to bring the mood back up. And like, this is not my show. Like, you guys know, like, I like to have fun. I like to, and keep it light and do the levity. And that's why, again, yesterday was so much fun. Pepper hat. I might just put the pepper hat on after this just to
We're not going to play this
spice
game
it up.
because
You know
they're
what?
literally ruining people's lives
Yeah.
for disagreeing with a political pundit who was killed. Killing is bad and wrong, but that doesn't mean we have to then agree with
It wasn't. I may not wait.
everything in that ideology. That's crazy, but that's what they're demanding, and that is completely and utterly unacceptable. And let's just call it what it is. The real purveyors of cancel culture, the real purveyors of snowflakery, the real purveyors of ruining lives over free speech, it is by far and away way worse on the right than it's ever been on the left, and that's a fact. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Dude. All right, so music time, chill time, pepper time. Let's do it. All right. Fuck it. I'm breaking my own rule here. This is for everybody that helped out yesterday, and also just wait, it's a commercial. Here we go. I'm doing a commercial. So if you guys were not here yesterday and you didn't see this ridiculousness, one of the mods sent this fantastic gift in through the mail, which you guys can send some fan art or whatnot through to the PO box. It's in the Discord. But $100 during the stream gets this, but you guys get this because I need to chill the fuck out, and I can't see myself in the corner of my screen right now and not laugh. Look at this ridiculous asshole. But hey, welcome to Pep Talks. God, I hope that nobody like just tunes in and is just like, wait, this is what this is? Like, will you send me a Chicago dog? I mean, I actually probably could. Because funny enough, we do have like a few places that do dogs by mail. And that's kind of like, I know that's what Portillo's calls it, so. But yeah, like we got Portillo's that does it. I know that I think Superdog does it. I'm not sure. Because I know that the Portillo's one is literally, they give you everything you need and you just got to boil up the hot dog. They even give you like the instructions. They even put how much salt to put in the water to give it that perfect Chicago flair. Pepper reads the news. I mean, I didn't even read news today. I should probably do that though. I think Portillo's does that. Yeah. Yeah, no, Portillo's does that. Hey, Uni. All right. The pepper hat brought out the Uni. I'm in a better mood. No, for real. Yeah, here, Shane. Yeah, look it up. Also, if you're in Colorado, there might be a Portillo's near you now. But if there's not, yeah, definitely get one to send it from Chicago. You can do the same thing with White Castle. I do know that. I sent my grandpa White Castles in Florida when he couldn't get White Castle. He was so happy about that. He was so funny. He really appreciated when I did that, to the point where he would call like with my grandma, and it had to be like a special event. I love how I'm telling the story with this giant pepper hat. And he would just be like, "Thank you for the White Castle. I really like the White Castle." He was a cute bohemian dude. Or Czech guy. I don't know why, but he was always, we're Bohemian. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought that meant something different, but whatever. He was a funny dude. Anyway. Oh, thank you. I'm back from my walk. I had you in my ear. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you're getting your walks in. That's really good. Fred. Yeah. Hey, Pinkerbell. Wait, if we mail you a Goofy hat, will you wear it? Yeah, it'll essentially, yeah, Goofy hats, totally. It will become a new thing where, because that's how we came up with the thing where it was like, you donate to stream, I will put on the pepper hat. I feel better now. And I do need to advertise it, so why not? That was fun. Holy cow, they are opening 3 locations in Colorado. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, you're good. I had a feeling, because I remember seeing that on their website or their social media. I have one of the OG Portillos near me. Pep loves him a goofy hat. He's got some goofy hats upstairs. Oh, yeah. 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 I do. I love a goofy hat. I don't. She ain't wrong. Yeah. I think she'll be home soon, which, thank God. That'll be nice. Tomorrow I might give you, might get yogurt and blended soup. Oh, right. Well, we're going solids almost. Oh boy, we're getting there. Excuse me. Whatever I had, that sucked. I was sick on Sunday, guys, and then this happened with uni. We got a couple of dog places, but not real Chicago style. Mustard Last. Oh yeah. Mustard's Last Stand. I think I've had that place. It sounds really, really familiar. Because I know I do try to, like, if I see a hot dog place anywhere else, I'll try it. Sonic, man, I gotta say, Sonic has one of the, like, that's one of those places that if I see one, I'll stop by, and yeah, their conies are fucking good. I'm gonna say. Oh, I just realized I'm getting hungry. And I have, oh man. I have like nothing in this house. This is what happens. Enforcement. Wait. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, Sonic. All right, cool. I was waiting for somebody to kind of jump on that. I was like, wait, am I the only one that's like liking Sonic? I hope not. That would be embarrassing. Somebody comes in here, Sonic's gross. It's like, oh, now I feel bad about myself. Your first job was at Sonic? No shit? No kidding. Wait, what? Dude, this is why this is why I do the democratic socialism thing, is to shut people like you up. Can we just get socialized medicine? That's what I want. It's insane. The healthcare system is insane. Alright? And I am not having an argument where somebody tries to stand up for it in its current form. I have no patience for that. Like, to the point where, seriously, I will ban for that. If somebody's just like, no, oh, it's great. Ban. Did you get banned for some, like, MAGA shit? No, he said that healthcare's great. Flipping burgers and making onion rings. Oh, you made the bomb-ass onion rings? Oh, those onion rings are good. Damn it, now I really want Sonic. They're open late, I think. Oh, shit, is that one even open it, like, anymore? Hold on, I haven't been... This is the bad part. Every once in a while we'll get like a fad joint. Where like it'll be popular for a short period of time. You know, line out the freaking waz, and then it'll sit for about 2 years and then just oh man. Lame. It's gone. Did stream die? No. Did it die for you? What? No. Yeah, here. It's not dead. No, no, it's perfectly fine. Now I'm confused. Here. Do this just in case. Because I can type. Stream borked for a minute on Twitch. Huh. I'm not getting any error readings. I literally have none. Trust me, I get my error readings from both Twitch and YouTube. Anytime that there is a drop in video quality or anything, I'll just say, no, I like it. That was on your end. That must have been an internet thing on your end. I am very, very, very aware of when things are not going well. I mean, that's the one good thing about Streamlabs. I'll say that much. Oh, Godzilla. Oh, I needed that. All right. I think Twitch actually died now. It's only for you. It is only it's only on your end. So here, again, click the link. Here it is again. Oh wait. I think the Twitch stream actually died now. Oh, I mean, no, sorry. I mean, it's still up on my end. It's still up here, and Zach says that's still fine, but whatever. I don't know what that is. a PEB. I mean, I do know that Twitch has its issues. I'll say that much, but I'm just surprised that you're having issues where my stream is totally... I didn't get blocked, did I? Might be a stupid region thing. Could be. Excuse me. All right. Well, let's get back into this. I am in a much better mood, guys. Putting that stupid pepper hat on worked. I guess that's, Oh, thank you for checking Devilman. I keep forgetting that you're Devilman over there. It's a cool name. You got lucky with that one. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. Oh. That's a funny way of saying user error. Zing. Dude, all right, so you guys get slower pep today where... Yeah, definitely... I don't know. Why am I making excuses? I'm not exactly always on with that, so... Man. Okay. Let's get to this. Like I said, I'm in a better mood. Yeah, I might smoke one more, though, coming up. Oh, never mind. I missed the 20. That's okay. Let's see what Mock's got to say about this. This will be interesting.
All right, breaking news. 6 days after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University, we finally have some clue as to the motive of the shooter. We have text messages between Tyler Robinson and his...
Again, guys, trying to go in this... I am trying to be as objective as possible here. I'm not trying to craft a narrative because I just don't have the fucking...
roommate. These have been officially released. They have...
Please don't confirm any of the shit that they were saying.
Have been confirmed, and these images right here I got from Midas Touch on Facebook. Midas Touch got it from the official investigation.
Well, that's interesting.
The
Already
roommates.
coming from Midas.
This reads, police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with
That's the second time that I've heard him called a
Robinson. The roommate told
What
police
is
that the
going
roommate
on?
received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, quote, drop what you were doing, look under my keyboard.
Unless they're being based. Wait a minute, because if they're just identifying him as a biological male and there is no trans situation there, then that means that they're being. Wait a minute, then that's actually trans inclusion. Wait a minute.
Roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that
I'm not holding out hope for it, but hey.
stated, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it.
They're
Police
trying
found a
to
photograph
signal
of
that
this
he's trans, but can't actually confirm that. Yeah.
note. The following text exchange then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded,
to be
quote,
true.
what? With a bunch of question marks. You're joking, right? This proves that the roommate had no clue. Elon Musk, Stephen Miller, all of these right-wing figures have been spreading lies that this was a, quote, transgender terrorist cell. The implication is that 5 to 10 transgender people knew of this beforehand and coordinated. Like, what? It was one young white male. At the exact same time this happened, a white male shot up Evergreen High School in Colorado, injuring multiple students. 2 weeks before, a young white male killed 4 people. Time and time again, it's the same type of person. And what do Republicans do? They try to pin it on people around. They try to punch down over and over. We'll talk more about political violence in just 1 second because it overwhelmingly comes from the right. But Robinson said, why
would he make shirts that, like, make it look like he runs like a circuit city?
Still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I'd hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to
Then why would you tell it?
involve you. Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I am. I'm sorry. Roommate, I thought they caught the person. Robinson, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle for my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. The roommate said, why? Robinson said, why did I do it? The roommate said, yeah. Robinson said, I had enough of his hatred. Some hates can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson then says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. So he used his Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing
Something about Mockler doesn't sit right with me. Everything is just too fresh, too new.
I left the rifle wrapped in was a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The messages are mostly a big meme. If I see, quote, notice his bulge, ooh woo, on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to leave it, but this effing sucks. So he confirms that it was just a meme. It was not a right-wing Groiper meme. This is just a meme in certain communities. Judging from the scope, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Robinson, delete this exchange. Robinson, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Robinson, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. Then the roommate says, I am more worried about you. Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Now, my job on this show is to report the news that we like, to report the news that we don't like, and everything in between. I've been saying over the past few days, let's just wait and not jump to any conclusions. A lot of people were making misinterpretations about memes online that were just totally false. I've been studying the far-right Groiper movement for 4 to 5 years. I mean, I am an online commentator. I study the other side, and he was not a groiper. I tried to say that, and people in the comment section either unsubscribed or emailed me, but I promise you. So there was a photoshopped picture going around of him in a MAGA shirt. That was fake. He never wore a MAGA shirt. There was a report going around that he was a registered Republican. That was not him. It was someone twice his age with a similar name. Tyler Robinson is a common name. There was a report that he donated to Trump. That was not him. He would have been 16 or 17 at the time. There was also a report that he was wearing a groiper costume back in 2017, but there's a few things wrong with that. Number one, the groipers didn't exist in 2017. Secondly, he was doing something called a Slav squat. This is a meme that was going around for years. It has nothing to do with groipers. The mom didn't even include a groiper image. That was something that people included afterwards and acted like it was that. She just said, Tyler is some guy from a meme. The meme is this. It's called the Slav squat. Somebody online who must have been 40 to 50 years old, which is fine. They just didn't understand this. They didn't understand the meme, so they were reporting it falsely as him being far right. Here's what likely happened. As a young dude who is the same exact age as Tyler Robinson, here's what I firmly believe happened. He grew up in a Republican family, grew up around guns, probably grew up hearing some crazy shit from them. Then, throughout the COVID pandemic, I'm sure he
more speculation.
spent more time alone, isolated, as many other young males did. And I have this algorithm theory that, young white men have always been prone to some sort of radicalization, even before Columbine, before all of that. But after COVID and the advent of the internet, it feels like the radicalization is accelerating. It doesn't just feel like that. It is proven. The radicalization of people is accelerating due to post-COVID isolation, due to foreign actors trying to get involved, due to domestic politicians trying to stir people up. And I'm sure that Tyler Robinson slowly got radicalized. Now, the facts show that the vast majority of deaths come from the right. We have proven this time and time again.
Is Mockler unknowingly running cover? Kind of seems like it.
On this channel. We've been covering this relentlessly. So I think it's important to stay factual, to stay grounded when reporting all of this. He also carved Bella Ciao into a bullet. Somebody then said maybe he was referring to a far-right playlist. I found the far-right groiper playlist. It had 4 followers. So then the question is, was he saying Bella Ciao as in the famous anti-fascist song, or was it in reference to a playlist with 4 followers? I think it was the famous song.
Again,
now, these texts...
It's because he doesn't know fucking Helldivers that he's like, what? Dude, just ignoring all the other shit? So you're telling me that it was all random. He just chose random memes, but he also lived meme culture. But you know this because you're 22 and he's 22. This is a dumb fucking take and a dumb video from Adam Mockler. Gotta say.
Confirm that he was not a far-right
Unless I'm
groiper,
misunderstanding something
But the thing
here.
is, that doesn't look bad for liberals. Liberals do not own this. Liberal politicians are not the ones who are going out there using insane rhetoric about cities being invaded.
Oh my God, is he about to do the thing that I think he's about to do?
This does not look bad for us because at the exact same time, an actual white nationalist anti-Semite shot up his school in Evergreen, Colorado. Young white males are being easily radicalized. It's not because of trans people or colleges. It's because of algorithms and radical politicians, mainly on the right, radicalizing people. I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate the videos that we make, if you appreciate the fact...
That was a bad video. That was stupid. All right, I was interested to see this one. Wanted to watch it live with you guys. Live, but you know what I mean. Fresh watch, so let's go. Is he defending liberals? It sure sounded like it. He didn't overtly throw the left under the bus like I thought he was. I thought he was going there, but he kind of hit the brakes.
I would hope that one of the things that actually happens is that
Oh God. Okay. Let's see. Oh my God, Sagar, is he running cover for the Charlie Kirk stuff? Like, is he about to like throw the First Amendment under the bus? I'm not sure if I'm prepared for this.
all the information gets released. So at the very least, then all Americans can judge these things for themselves. And instead, it's the opposite, where we have law enforcement, incompetence, total incompetence at the very top. Lots of questions that remain unanswered.
I think Adam feels some sort of empathetic connection to a guy, to the guy being a white guy. of the same age. He probably sees himself, and that makes things awkward.
And now the claim that are basically being used here by members of at the highest level.
If you appreciate yet another white boy half understanding what is going on, smash that like button.
Of the United States government are acting in extraordinary ways that even after 9/11 they did not.
No, that's yellow cabs.
Not dream of doing. And so here is,
which is not. I mean, I think that the pizza are like. Wait, is that a hot dog? No, that's totally a cab.
Is the latest. Pam Bondi,
like a
the
car.
United States Attorney General, the top lawyer for the United States government.
Oh, is he about to get mad?
Now saying that there will be, quote, free speech, then there's hate speech, and there's no place for that, and that we will be going after, quote, hate speech. I mean, you know, the jokes write themselves. Take a listen.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is
he by himself.
No place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely.
Who's listening to the Katie Miller podcast? Like, seriously.
Absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
I mean, this is if you yell fire in a crowded this is woke. I mean, that's to borrow Gavin's attack when he's like, you sound woke. That's woke. That's literally what like BLM liberals said for the entirety of 2017.
So he still finds a way to make this a criticism on leftism? What in the actual fuck is happening?
To 2021. They're like, well, there's a difference between free speech and hate speech. It's like misinformation.
Oh, fucking God. Crystal, you're there?
You are exactly right.
Coming from
word
the Attorney General of the United States on Stephen Miller's wife's podcast on state media.
And I want to emphasize that's why it's 10 times worse, because there's actually a big difference between some shit lib on Twitter saying that free speech does not give you a license to hate speech and whatever this is, where the top lawyer, Attorney General of the United States of America, who can direct the FBI and has vast resources at her fingertips, saying that effectively we need some sort of hate speech enforcement. And so I could make all the jokes about being a lib and being woke and all of that, but I will turn to the words of Charlie Kirk. Let's put this up here on the screen. Quote, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech. All of it is protected by the First Amendment.
It's such a bitch that he left all of this, like, these quotes, and it's just like crazy how they are reacting to hearing his direct quotes. Again, the main criticism coming from them. It's out of context.
America free. And that's exactly it. And the very fact that
Sagar isn't allowed to say shit lib
uttered those words just demonstrates the level of hysteria, hypocrisy of all of these people who allegedly were so pearl clutched through the woker. I mean, I was
about
too.
To say,
okay,
Sagar is about to get put on that list.
Let's be honest, but I don't think a lot of people signed up for this. And look, I've been relatively heartened. There's a lot of conservatives and others who have spoken out against this, but the point actually is they want her to rein it in just by saying hate speech. No, guys. The entire point is that from the beginning, the posture has basically been to be a liberal wet dream post-January 6th. Do you remember how many segments we did on our show after January 6th when, for example, there was an elite, effort to try and crack signal messages? Mm-hmm. They destroyed Parler. Completely unfairly and unjustly destroyed that. They banned Trump from Twitter. They wanted to designate.
I forgot Parler was even a thing.
Republicans and including J6ers and others as states or as domestic terrorists so they could use Patriot Act designations against them. I mean, we fought like hell against all of this stuff. All of this is part of the same thing. I mean, they wanted hate speech laws at that time. They wanted mass censorship, and they got some of it to a certain extent. They wanted to use the full force of the government to basically enact the law against half of the country. And now, after revolting against that, talking about its unconstitutionality, about how bad it is, we are right back, literally right
Oh, wow, I forgot about Parler. Didn't Candace Owens convince Kanye to buy
back to where the liberals started on this entire thing. It's just so ironic. ironic. It fits, though, with a lot of this pattern. And, sorry.
I mean, I would just say, in fairness to us, I think we always recognize that many of the people on the right who were claiming to be such free speech warriors always had a tremendous blind spot. I mean, we always brought up the example of BDS. For example, we talked about, remember Mike Lindell launching his social media platform being like, it's free speech, but no cursing, no this, no that, no whatever. And so, you know, I don't think we were so Pollyanna.
New health saga,
to believe that most of these actors were actually principled and genuine in their concerns over free speech. But it is wild. Like, it is wild to see, for example, the Twitter files. What were the Twitter files about? It was all about the government using sort of like soft coercion, where they'd, let's have a meeting and talk about these things. Here's an email of some people
or
I
flagging
think you need
tweets.
To, why don't you take a look at these sorts of people?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, that we objected to. You can go back and watch the tape about the way we objected to that, even, you know, on issues where, like, you know, COVID denialism, things that I oppose, but listen, you shouldn't have the government saying what you can say and what you can't say and putting pressure on these social media companies, and they know what the deal is because the government can come down hard on you and they've got these antitrust investigations, all of that. This is so much worse because it's the Attorney General, it's the President of the United States, it's Stephen Miller. This conversation right here is happening on Stephen Miller's wife's podcast, State Media. Similar sentiments expressed from, you know, the Stephen Miller on with J.D. Vance hosting Charlie Kirk.
Keeps hammering the state media aspect, though. Keep, like, hammering the fact that it's fake news, essentially. Like, dude, they flooded the zone, and god damn it, they made it very hard to be equitable here.
Podcast again. So this, and you have an administration with a track record of crushing civil liberties, of being incredibly heavy-handed in their ability to try to crush dissent. So it is, you know, the worst of the woke era on steroids. And it's just crazy to see the very same language being recycled. We talked about this too with regard to like the crushing of pro-Palestine dissent, you know, all of the people who were, you know, against the safe spaces for college students suddenly like, oh my God, the microaggressions, like we need, you know, their safety, words are literal violence, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that language was repurposed in terms of crushing pro-Palestine dissent. And now you see them talking about consequence culture. Again, the exact language that was used by liberals during the peak of, you know, like woke cancel culture. And now you see this, again, the exact same language that some, like, you know, liberal professor or whatever would have used about hate speech being different from free speech. Charlie Kirk's message, and Charlie Kirk also, by the way, wasn't consistent on this in life, but his tweet is 100% correct. Listen, we can have a discussion as we did yesterday.
No, because today he would literally be like, yeah, I am with Pam Bondi.
About where to draw the lines in terms of acceptable society and what conflicts with your job and what private companies are going to do, et cetera. We had that conversation. You can watch it yesterday. But when it comes to the government enforcement, the First Amendment is about protecting specifically offensive speech, because it's not controversial if you're saying just like hugs and kisses and love all around. When it matters is when you're saying something that is provocative, that is controversial, that is potentially offensive, that threatens or offends those in power. That's when the First Amendment matters. And we, I think, have tried to be pretty consistent in the way that we've applied that across the board.
Absolutely. I have tried a lot, and I've always felt as if it was a bit of a joke, but it's especially egg on the face for anybody who spoke out about this and then is not doing so when the top attorney general, lawyer, person with immense power to ruin any of our lives says this stuff publicly. And by the way, it was 10 times worse later on. It's not as if she backtracked all that much, because
she gets way
literally
worse. No, when I saw the second interview, it hit me pretty fucking hard, because I saw this one was circulating on the just mainstream news.
Hours later, she appeared on Fox News to demand that people, Office Depot workers, I think, workers who refused to print posters with Charlie Kirk's picture for a vigil. She basically said, we can prosecute you for that. Let's take a listen.
That's horrific. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that.
Gay cake. The gay cakes. Gay cakes. Did we forget about gay cakes?
We can prosecute you
Gay cakes.
for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that.
Have to print the poster? No, you don't, actually. Also,
I
Office Depot fired those people, which they're, I guess that's their right to do. But it's a civil rights complaint now? You have to print the poster. Again,
we're going to prosecute you.
I will not take a lecture. I will not stand for
I'm not gonna lie, guys. That the Pam Bondi shit sent me over the fucking edge today. I understand that that's part of this, but holy fuck.
this. After watching, I think correctly, and we've
She is egregiously stupid.
debated it before, it's like that masterpiece
What the actual fuck? I'm telling you guys, like I'm having
cake thing. Oh, you got to bake the cake for the gay couple. No, you don't, actually. And they did the exact same thing. They filed a civil rights complaint. Complete bullshit. Any private business has the right to basically do whatever they want as long as they are not specifically discriminating based upon the code of the civil rights era. Now, we can all debate the gay thing in particular, but if you held the position, which I absolutely 100% do, that the guy did not have to do a goddamn thing for those people, I would hold the exact same position here. And it's especially galling when the Attorney General is basically saying they're going to use the civil rights code to go after employees for saying that they did not want to print that poster. Now, here's the thing. It's very different. If the company says you violated company policy by refusing to do this, that's actually one thing. And fine, you could be fired for that, of course. If you have internal protocol of we have a standard, the only things that we won't print are this, this, and this. You violated that because you brought your personal feelings into our workplace. Get out of here. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think anybody really should. But for the Attorney General to basically say we're going to open a civil rights investigation against you for refusing to do this, that is completely out of bounds. You are literally coming in and telling these businesses and employees what type of political activity they can or cannot refuse to do. It's preposterous to the nth degree. And this fits with the pattern of this administration. We'll recall you take local and small incidents and
oh, my jaw just popped. Ow.
You blow them up into the most ludicrous prosecution by the federal government. They open an investigation when some girl at a Florida university, approached, yelled at, and touched a guy who was wearing an IDF t-shirt.
I think that's what was hurting me the last few days, though, because I mentioned that my ear was hurting.
In the gym.
That was it.
Florida expelled her. Okay, fine, whatever. Maybe she violated the student code of conduct. Not an expert or whatever on that.
Though.
That's a local matter. They open a civil rights investigation into that.
And now it's sore in a different spot. Damn it.
I've talked about the coffee shop case previously, where again, there was some coffee shop in Los Angeles and some shit happened. They were pro-Palestine or whatever. And some people who were there claimed that somebody said something nasty to them about being Jewish. I don't support that. I think that's egregious behavior. That's a local matter for Los Angeles PD.
I disappoint all the gays.
And for the state of California. It is not a matter.
Eddie, listen. If they saw me eat a bagel, they'd just be like, oh, that is just sad.
For the Attorney General and Civil Rights Investigation. And it's the same thing with, this is the department, I've talked about how the Department of Anti-Racism has become the Department of Anti-Semitism under this administration. Now it will be the Department of Policing. Everybody in the entire world.
It's what the fucking, they think homophobia is an insult.
If you don't do
I remember those days. East West. I'm not sure if you're legitimately from those days or if you're one of these newbies that's just trying to appropriate the way that we talk to each other when we were, in high school.
We want you to act. We're going to open a civil rights investigation,
which we all got over, and we kind of did this thing as a collective and went, oh yeah, we were kind of pieces of shit.
And the prosecution against you. It is. I'm so viscerally angry about it because it's.
Are you though? It doesn't seem like you should be a little more shouty about this. I don't know. Make this go. Just
for me, it's
viral then. Make the thing. Right winger calls out the right wing for being inconsistent on their values.
The hypocrisy.
Yeah.
You can't.
I don't know. You could be more clickbaity with the title.
Because for the libs.
Shopping.
They always believe this stuff, okay? And they were pretty open about it.
The gay bashing is so 1990. It really is.
Nobody lied to you. By the way, they lost the election in part, I think, because of that. And I think that's a good thing. I think a lot of people stood up and said, no, we're not dealing with this bullshit anymore. But then to run against it and immediately, less than 9 months or whatever into the 9 months into the administration, to repeating, I mean, can you imagine if Obama or any of these other people announced this? Even Masterpiece, let's say it. That was a Colorado state case. It wasn't federal. It wasn't federal. It didn't involve Eric Holder. That would have been a whole other ballgame, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm so infuriated.
Yeah, because you've always been consistent in just being like, well, if the Democrats do it, it's much easier to criticize. But now I have to kind of play with kids' gloves.
It shows, I've never believed Richard Hanania's theory also, by the way, about elite human capital more. He's right. I mean, you have a bunch of literal cretinous idiots who just mindlessly repeat mantras about Trump, and then they find themselves in these positions of immense power.
Ah, fine.
And
all right, Sully, that's a fair critique. I mean, you can't really judge or tell someone how they have to express their feelings. I don't know the guy, but maybe he's just not shouty when he's all right. That's fair.
Look at the consequences. No consistency. It would be a joke.
I am wrong on that then.
Again, if they didn't have literal prosecutorial authority, they could destroy us, Crystal.
I bet when East West walks, his ass whistles.
If they wanted, they could destroy any of you. By the way, at least we are media. We have money, okay? We have insurance and all this other stuff.
That's right.
You're a normal ass Office Depot employee. You're fucked if they come against you.
Yeah.
Even if you win, who cares if you have $1 million in legal bills?
Well, that's exactly right. Because even if the case is spurious and it gets thrown out, ultimately, meanwhile, you have the whole force of the federal government and their, legal apparatus coming after you. And if you're a regular person, like your financial and your life in general are going to be destroyed.
And United States of America versus so-and-so for refusing to print a poster.
Right.
Even if they investigate you. Do you guys have any ideas how much these types of lawyers cost? I'm talking about $1,000, $2,000 per hour for expertise in First Amendment law. I'm not joking.
Mention the way your life is upended, the way that you're doxxed, the way you're put on blast, that, suddenly you are a public figure, whether you wanted to be or not, because you refuse to print a poster, and by the way, Charlie Kirk fans are not a protected class of people, to apply under civil rights law. Let's be clear about that too. But the fact that it's ridiculous does not matter. And also, look, the Supreme Court has also given them basically everything that they've wanted. They're on a string of victories by and large, through the shadow docket, where they give no reasoning or rationale for their decisions. But clearly, John Roberts either agrees with the direction or has decided that he doesn't want to provoke a conflict with this administration, and so has basically decided to back down and give them everything that they want. So even if on its face you feel like the case has no merit, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to win. And it certainly doesn't mean that they're not going to destroy your life in the process. So, it truly is wild to see. And your point about the way that the MO of this administration is to use some small incident or to invent an incident and blow it up and use it as an excuse for a power grab and a crackdown is spot on. I mean, look at LA. Like, LA had protests. Yes, there was some violence. Did you need to send in not only the National Guard, thousands of them, but active duty Marines for that? No, you didn't. Here in DC, Big Balls gets mugged. Next thing you know, you've got National Guard, you've got MRAPs at Union Station. Even we're going to talk about Venezuela. I mean, it's kind of a similar thing. Like, they're inventing the idea that these boats that are coming are drug traffickers. Very little of the drugs that come into this country come from Venezuela, as Sagar actually laid out last time that we covered this. So this is their MO. Think of the way they've gone after universities, right? Columbia had protests. It was, there was a thing. So basically, took over that university, destroyed their Middle Eastern Studies department, are stripping them of funding, like forcing them to fire professors, et cetera. This is what they do. And another significant thing that happened yesterday, which they're clearly trying to use Charlie Kirk's murder to paint a portrait of every left-wing organization as basically like violent and out for blood. And we're going to use the excuse of this for a mass crackdown. And Stephen Miller laid this out explicitly when he was talking to J.D. Vance on what was Charlie Kirk's podcast. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
Walk me through at a high level, like what you and I
God, he wears so much eyeshadow. It's weird.
Have been working on, what the whole administration has been working on to try to make sure that we don't reward and promote this craziness.
So it's an excellent question. I said this before, and but it bears repeating. The last message that Charlie sent me was, I think it was just the day before we lost him, which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And I will write those words onto my heart and I will carry them out. We are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Also, by the way, Attorney General Pam Bondi has now tried to clarify her remarks.
Oh, yeah.
I think this fits all together. Let's put this up here on the screen just to show you the legalese that is all happening. She says, hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. It is a crime. Far too long, we've watched the radical left normalize threats, call for assassinations, cheer on political violence. That era is over. Under 18 U.S.C. 875C, it is a federal crime to, quote, transmit any communication containing any threat to kidnap any person or any threat to injure the person or other. Likewise, 18 U.S.C. 876 and 18 U.S.C. 115 make it a felony to threaten public officials, members of Congress, or their families. Free speech protects ideas, debate, even dissent, but it does not and will never protect violence. It is clear that this violent rhetoric is designed to silence others from voicing conservative ideals.
I feel like all of this political persecution warrants a version of the Nuremberg trials. It does, though. It literally does. They're going after they're literally going after citizens for holding different fucking opinions. I don't want to ever hear anybody, and this goes for anybody. I don't care what your political persuasion is. You could be a fucking independent. If people say, man, it was so much worse under Joe Biden, fuck them.
We will never be silenced, not our families, our
fuck them.
Freedoms, never.
It was boring. It sucked. But god damn it, this is a whole new level of suck.
For Charlie's legacy will not be erased by fear or intimidation. But to be very, very clear here, she is still using the line hate speech. There is no such thing legally as hate speech, as Charlie himself laid out. And what she's talking about there, the extremely narrow definition under those crimes, which they lay out, any communication containing any threat to kidnap any person or any threat to injure the person or another. Even in the egregious examples, which we showed everybody yesterday, where people said, I'm happy that he's dead. That does not fall under that definition. That is a conversation instead for employers, for society, for all of us. And as I said yesterday, I said many of those people I think should absolutely be fired. However, it is not the role of the government here in any way to be bringing cases against them and be telling people, specifically employees, suing them for civil rights investigation. One of the things, this great irony, Charlie himself spoke at length. I know a lot of liberals have attacked him about this, about the Civil Rights Act, and specifically
it hasn't been in the realm of good for 15 years.
About the
yeah, no, it was fine. It was fine. No, dude, objectively, it was better. It was so much better. Like, I didn't have to worry about my freedoms. I started this YouTube channel without worrying about maybe the a Gestapo force coming after me. No, it's objectively fucking worse.
Overreach and basically the new constitution that was invented after 1964.
They're literally talking about banning guns for trans people. They're literally talking about banning the First Amendment. But I'm supposed lols. They're not serious.
Entire new
Actually, that wasn't pointed at you.
New realm of case law, which delves with discrimination and hate speech and going after people for violating this or that.
I just happened to read your comment and then go on my tirade.
This is exactly the type of overreach which led him and me and many other people to a similar conclusion that, look, at the very least, we have to grapple with the fact that this entire new code of social law began to exist and has since morphed from originally what we thought would be the endpoint of Ibrahim X. Kendi thought into now Department of Anti-Racism, stuff. You talked earlier about the universities. I have no love for the universities. Columbia, screw you. Harvard, screw you. Why? Not because you're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and joking about a third term. Yeah.
It's because you're bilking people. In my opinion, your culture and all of that has done nothing for the elites of this country. If anything, it's turned them 10 times worse. You're much more socially destructive than some dumbass protest or whatever about Palestine. How should we destroy them if we wanted to? What would that even look like? It would be destroying their endowment hedge fund operations and, the rise of the DEI administrator and all of that, which is bilking the American taxpayer and putting these people horrifically in debt. That applies completely across the board. All of us can have an argument about that one way or the other. But the point is not that it has anything to do with the goddamn Middle Eastern Studies Department. And that is what upsets me the most. It also gets to...
Well, they don't want to get rid of the DEI.
Yeah, they want DEI
to redefine
for Israel.
The DEI.
Right, DEI now stands for Israel.
Yeah.
Diversity, equity in Israel. Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not for that, okay? I saw this shit coming from a mile away ever since October 7th. That's the first time that they turned on cancel culture. And this gets to a bigger theory. Forgive me, because this stuff gets deep into conservative thought. If you go back to some of my original involvement in the conservative movement, there was this debate between libertarians and national conservatives. It was about this idea of using state power for ends. I still believe that as a principle. And I'll give you an example when I talk about China and I talk about industrial policy, intelligent policy, which is used specifically to engineer what I think are good ends, tax policy and others, because the alternative is where we are right now, where we already effectively have state industrial policy for the stupidest industries like hedge funds and all this others. We might as well use it for more productive ends. And specifically, socially, what I think we could all arrive to, let's say we should prioritize the American family. We should prioritize being able to build a house. We should prioritize having great business and products which are built here in the United States of America. What they have done, and what I find so viscerally betrayed on, is they have instead said that we must engineer state power to use for our not even coalitional interests, but for the interests of a foreign government here in the case of Israel, and now in particular to actually go after fellow citizens. And that's the preposterous nature. It's also the perversion of the idea. So I'm not a libertarian, and I still believe in the ability of the state to actually use tax policy, industrial policy, to have intelligence, as we did in the lead up to World War II. But this right here, this is the worst of us. It's exactly what happened after 9/11.
Well, and the part of it that speaks to the sense of betrayal is how much more difficult will
I'm tired with the both sides argument.
it be to make the argument against
Absolutely.
libertarians.
The libertarians are going to win now. Do you guys understand that? That's what pisses me off. The libertarians will win. Do you know how many Americans now are going to say, fuck tariffs? I did an event yesterday with Chris Murphy, and I asked him, I said, hey, Senator, he's much more neoliberal. So I was like, hey, what do you think about tariffs now? Because from my perspective, I've watched the neoliberals.
Sagar's about to word cloud his way into saying National Socialists.
They're all in on tariffs or attacks. All tariffs are bad. They're right back to 2010 thought. And he's like, well, we can say tariff. He didn't answer my question at all, dodged it completely. And I was like, oh no. I was like, when the Dems come back, I don't know how they'll ever be able to do a tariff again.
Even on antitrust policy, because if you have a government that you have a semblance of like either political neutrality, or the policy is going to be used to, create American jobs and make sure they're good paying and whatever, then you can feel comfortable having a strong antitrust department that's not going to be just like weaponizing that as a threat to coerce like cultural ends or like to, make sure you're towing.
Ooh, Sagar's going to need to loosen his tie if he keeps this
the line on Israel. But in fact, what we have is, an administration that is using every weapon that they have to coerce on Israel, to make sure that their cultural policy is pursued, to make sure that these businesses are like paying appropriate tribute to Trump. I mean, that's what a lot of it is for. It's just like, what is it in it? What's in it for me? There's a big corruption scandal with regard to the UAE that the New York Times broke yesterday that we're going to try to get to this week. But, that saps the confidence out of the ability for the government to truly be an actor on behalf of the American people versus in the interests of these particular groups. And it is a good segue into the next conversation about Israel, because while like Stephen Miller there, he's not only talking about left-wing groups that are pro-Palestine. We know that will be a lot of where the hammer falls. I mean, Democratic Party in general, the left certainly have been the fiercest and the earliest advocates for.
Well, I mean, if he's doing sweeping for anybody that, you know, was pro-Palestine, then unfortunately now all of a sudden you got Megyn Kelly and those ilk that are just like, we were always here.
Palestine. So if you are marshaling the federal government to crush left-wing dissent, crush left-wing groups, just by the nature of what you're doing, you are going to be having a disproportionate impact on the pro-Palestine conversation.
Yeah, and I'll even focus on that. I mean, one of the things that JD floated in his speech yesterday was like the tax status of the Open Society Foundation. I'm like, okay, I mean, listen, you're not going to see any crocodile tears from me about the Open Society Foundation. But the point about law is to say what? Is to say, actually, a lot of these nonprofits are basically political money laundering by the billionaire class, right? But instead, it becomes like, oh, these, and by the way, look, yes, it's true. Many of these left-wing billionaires have funded the stupidest shit possible. But the claim that was originally made, actually, about The Nation magazine does not appear to be correct. And so this also gets to this fantasy, which I have said so many times here. There is a fantasy that people think that this is organized in the same way that the Weather Underground or the KKK was. I wish it were so. It would be 10 times easier to disrupt and destroy.
Yeah.
It would be so much easier. The Weather Underground was 25 different freaks. Prosecute 3, get a few non-prosecution agreements or whatever with the rest. They plead guilty. A couple of them fled the country and were basically silent, I think, for like 25 years.
White people are afraid to be minorities because they love threatening minorities in a certain way. White people were not oppressed in this country ever. Stop that BS. Not the same.
Disappeared. No, we're dealing with something 10 times worse, which is this, you're doing your monologue on nihilism and blackmail. That is people sitting at home getting addicted to pornography, weed, to like every degenerate impulse that the internet can serve you, and then taking it out in extreme forces and assassinating Charlie Kirk, and or in the case of the Thomas Matthew Crooks person.
I gotta run upstairs and let my dog out. I'll be right back.
These school shooters. That's the actual societal problem that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
I wish there were easier government solutions.
A bunch
I
of
wish the
young,
FBI could take that down.
disaffected men with no sense of meaning or purpose, desperately trying to make their lives matter. That's what we're talking about. And it is an epidemic, and it is not going to be easily solved, because is there anything on the horizon that you see that's going to create like a pathway to a sense of like hope and prosperity and meaning and purpose for any of these young men, whatever the ideological valence they hold? No, there's nothing on that horizon. And then the accelerant of those internet spaces is only going to become more and more twisted. So that's part of why the landscape is so dark.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Come on. Let's go, Boost. Good boy. Good boy. Here's your good boy. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Let's give the good boy a treat. There we go. There you go. Oh, you missed. You missed. You missed. Oh. OMG, the leopards will eat your face soon. Pep has gone riot. Quick, everybody, say some mean things. Chair is my favorite reaction host. It's a nice chair. It's a good chair. The chair has good opinions. Come on now. Hold on one sec. Wife is texting. Okay. Where's my music? Oh, here. Don't need music. We got this. I got sent this video. Wait, after whoa, this is a little long. Never mind. Didn't think it was like over an hour. But it is. So yeah, we're not doing that. Fun show so far, Pep. Thanks. Hey, Etch, I appreciate. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I kind of needed that. I've been a little worried. I've been a little on edge. You know. I know I've been on edge. So. Is it bad that that's the thing that like worries me? When I'm just like, oh, I'm not being funny enough, or like I'm not. Like, that's my whole point of this show is people that are interested in politics. I kind of feel like sometimes we need like-minded people to veg with and just or vibe with, not veg with. Let's see. Is on here. Let's see. Man. Like-minded people, and then Kirk. You know what? You said it. Thank you for that. I don't know what I want for dinner, man. Damn it. Yeah, I do. I know what I'm doing. All right, let's do this. Let's find something here. Well, then I gotta order some food. I'm freaking hungry. Gotta have balance. That's always been my thing. You know, Michael Brooks was really big on that when he was talking about like doing content and how I remember hearing an interview. I forgot where it was. It might have been a Michael Brooks show, but honestly, it could have been just any of the interviews he ever had. But at one point he said, he was just like, yeah, it's important. He's like, this is why I try to add levity, you know, during the majority report, even when we're talking about something super serious or like if he's super passionate about something. This is where I respected his ability. And this is where I respect guys like AG who are able to do both, where I feel a little bit, you know, lacking in that other side of things where it's just like, yeah, you know, I'm not like the best as far as breaking down things formally. I tend to do it in a very layman's way, which I've also been told that's a good thing. I've also been accused of like, oh, you're trying to be the Joe Rogan of the left. It's like, dude, if that's even an equation, sure. Like, yeah. You mean you're gonna give me lots of money to just be a stoner and talk politics? What? Do you think that Joe Rogan has like the chorus thing where he's not like allowed to talk to something? Wait, what? You sent me food? Aw. Even in the hospital, my wife's taking care of me. Aw. Well, that's nice. Looks like I'm getting food. Yay! It's called being friends with Peter Thiel. Again, guys, this new media acquisition is, bro, that's incredible. I know, it is. That really is. That feels really good. Thank you, babe. I really appreciate that. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. She got me onion rings, too. Dude, my love loves me. Fuck yeah. All right, well, that took away one source of a little bit of anxiety that I was having, because I realized, I'm going to be completely real with y'all, that I have, like, nothing to eat. I was just like, oh my god, I don't even have ramen. I, need to go grocery shopping. I'll be right back. I gotta turn my porch light on. Cool. Good to go. Sean, careful. I'm dying in the hospital, but I know my husband would starve to death left to his own device. Sean, careful. Speaking so much truth might get you targeted by ops. Hey, I'm actually. I know we're joking. I know that we're doing the jokey, the yucks here, but I actually cook. I'm the cook, so. She can cook. It's just as far as when things work out and how it works out, I'm usually the one who cooks. So. But when it comes to taking care of me in this capacity, yes. They already couldn't handle hot boy magic. Oh god, hot boy magic. We're going back to it. No, too sexy. Too sexy. Too sexy. All right. Fuck it. We got a ooh. Man. Should kind of get it. There we go. I think my light was too high. Looks a lot better. Alrighty. Let's go into a quick news report here. From Mr. Kyle Kulinski. We're cooked. MAGA's total media takeover is here. All right, so this is the story that, I'll be real, really got me kind of worried, because with what I was part of, as far as like learning how to do this, I did kind of come to appreciate the fact that there were different media conglomerations out there, even though they all were big, like Clear Channel and Sinclair and all them. But now this is like, if Sinclair bought Clear Channel and then they just became state-run media, then that's North Korea right there. So it is no exaggeration to say that if this Time Warner merger goes through, we are fucked as far as the media ecosystem. So let's take a look, because if they get that, and I mean, CNN's already been bad, but oh boy.
So we've been talking about how there's this billionaire, I believe his name is Larry Ellison, and he is, of course, trying to take over CBS, and he's been successful on that front. And he's bringing in Barry Weiss. Now, Barry Weiss runs this thing called the Free Press. It's kind of an ironic name because it's anything but free press. It's a total Zionist hack rag where they defend the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. They defend Israel come hell or high water. They shit on pro-Palestine voices. And so, Barry Weiss's Free Press gets like 7,000 views per video on YouTube. It's a joke. If she's worth, and they're paying her like $200 million. If she's worth $200 million, yours truly is worth like $4 billion. Okay, if we go based off the actual metrics and you look at it quantitatively. So, with CBS being taken over by right-wing forces, we're cooked because 60 Minutes, which otherwise did good work, is now going to be horrible, and other news shows on CBS are going to go to shit. You're going to have a pro-Trump slant. You're going to have a right-wing slant. You're going to have a pro-Israel slant. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be very bad, right? No more, you're not going to be in the same zip code or universe as truth-telling. I mean, that's out the window, right? Well, now, scary little update. As we mentioned the other day, it looks like this same billionaire is trying to make a bid to get CNN.
Wait, Pap, did you hear about the actress that was shanked recently? I think her name was Reese. Reese with her spoon.
This would be I'm no fan of mainstream media now.
Wait, unless you're actually is that serious?
I think we have massive problems now, but this unequivocally would be significantly worse. Imagine
you did the work and drove home.
And instead of having the neutral,
and I'm glad you made it home safe.
Both sides outlets of CNN, right? If most of the major news outlets were just right-wing MAGA rags, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at.
What's the difference between shanked and stabbed? What is the difference?
Fox News, One American News Network, Newsmax, CBS.
I feel like shank means that you get stabbed with something that is not necessarily designed for stabbing. No, it's amateur engineering.
And CNN, all going right wing, all going massively pro-Israel. And MSNBC, if you'll remember, is being spun off, so it's no longer going to be under the NBC umbrella.
I don't know.
It's going to be called MS Now, and we don't know. They might take that in a different direction. You might have MS Now become more of what CNN is. So they might do the both sides false equivalence stuff, and all the other outlets might be doing the right-wing stuff, which means you don't even have a liberal voice, never mind a leftist voice in the fucking room. But it gets worse. You ready? Listen to what Howard Kurtz says on Fox News.
President Trump, who's won a pair of lawsuits against the three broadcast networks, is now escalating his battle against two of them. ABC and NBC fake news.
No, he didn't win his lawsuits. That's fake. They settled. No. He did not win the lawsuit.
There's two of the worst and most biased networks in history. Give me 97% bad stories. If that's the case, they are simply an arm of the Democrat Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC.
So should Fox News have their licenses revoked because they give Democrats 97% bad coverage? Should Newsmax, should One American News Network, should all of the outlets that you like, should they have their license revoked because all they do is suck off Republicans and suck off Trump and shit on Democrats? No, of course not. You know how this works. It only works one way.
97% bad stories. If that's the case, they are simply an arm of the Democrat Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC. I would be totally in favor of that because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy.
So do you understand what he's doing here? CBS and CNN are in the process of being taken over by pro-Israel, pro-MAGA forces, right? So we're going to take them off the table. Then you have ABC and NBC. He's trying to get their licenses revoked for being, too anti-Trump, too critical of Republicans. They're trying to completely and utterly nullify the entire media sphere.
This is fascism.
Trying to...
Yeah, they just keep taking away your ability to speak while complaining that you're trying to take away theirs. Yes, that's fascism.
To intimidate whoever they can into silence, buy out whoever they can to do their propaganda, and if you don't play ball, they're just going to try to destroy you come hell or high water. If it means finding a way to revoke their license, which almost certainly would be wildly illegal, but that never stopped him before doing something illegal, right? Or they might wage, erroneous lawsuits or whatever, hit them with a special tax or something. They will find a way. They will find a way. They might use existing code to go into their buildings and find ways to say you're not, your building's not up to code and we're going to have to shut you down. They have a million ways that they could fuck you over. And it's happening right in front of our eyes. So what's coming is going to make you yearn for even the media environment that we just had, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. That's how bad this can be. That what we have now might look like a panacea compared to what's coming. Because he is committed. They are making moves on every front to make this country a one-party country, to make this country a dictatorship, a tyranny. Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. They want to totally snuff out any chance Democrats ever have of getting back in power, and any pro-Democrat voices and anti-Republican voices. They're going to destroy it all. Which is why they're working.
I think that's why so many people are kind of like, especially like the Kamala crowd, that's why they're freaking out.
Hard on doing the gerrymandering thing. Hey, let's.
Which, to somebody, we were getting back and forth about this. This is where I do think that they are shifting, and that the pressure is. Oh, Dave under duress. I got to give you some credit. I'm just gonna say that I have a feeling that it's going to shift because they're feeling the pressure.
Let's lock this bitch down.
It's not just a bunch of far leftists like crowing about like, oh, the oncoming fascism. Even though we were right.
Guarantee
sucks to be fucking right all the time.
Ourselves more seats. We know we can't win straight up anymore because we're destroying the country in every imaginable way. Let's just rig it. Let me sign some executive orders to crack down. Right? Trump is saying he might declare a national emergency and fucking put off the election. This is where we're at, y'all. This is where we're at. Never mind all the conspiracies about the last election, which there's a lot of stuff that's legitimate questions there in terms of, ballot purging and things of that nature. Greg Palast has gone deep on that. We've had him on Crystal Kyle and friends to discuss it. There's already question marks, but this is all out in the open now, bro. This is all out in the open. And so imagine our media, just a complete hellscape of a MAGA nightmare where no dissenting voices are even fucking allowed. And then, what? We're the fucking last bastion of truth tellers and authentic people speaking their mind from the left. And then, they'll probably find a way to try to come after us too, right? Any left-wing or liberal voice, even online. So this is where we're at, y'all. This is where we're at.
Hair farmer.
I guess what really amazes me is that
that's not even mildly insulting, but it is funny.
The fact that there's any hesitance still to this point to call this man a fascist is the only thing that's shocking to me. Something bad is coming. No, it's not. It's here. It's already here. They've already built concentration camps. They're already bombing people in illegal fashion, right? Like, they're already rounding up innocent people and destroying their lives based on nothing, based on no evidence, going to the Home Depot and fucking taking the day laborers, ripping families apart. All this is already happening. It's already here. And now they're just fucking adding insult to injury. Hey, y'all, do me a...
And the way that, they're doing it, too, is, it's kind of like people were saying, they're going to come after you next. All right. Sorry. Anytime that I am on the phone, I'm talking to Uni. So she's still hanging out, though. All right, we're getting farther and farther away from the depressing stuff because, all right, this Kash Patel, this exchange is a bright point on the day because Kash Patel is one of the guys that I was saying earlier how these guys are comically inept at their jobs, and that's the only thing that's keeping us from barreling into fascism is that they are very bad at it. I saw the messages, man. This is wild. What do you mean? What messages? Oh, the text messages? I'm both happy and sad that I saw this coming a long time ago and no one believed me. I'm at least glad that people now see it. Yeah, there's that small grain of salt thing. I had the same thing. I didn't even need Project 2025 to see where they were going with this shit. But again, the alarmist left, bloody blurdy blur. Gotta tell him to turn. That is true. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna finish up my Mussolini, pay my numbers, and hit the set. Go to bed after. Good night, Kirk. That was pretty funny. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to start off where we left off last time. I asked you whether you had any knowledge or discussions about removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the intentions to do so?
Before I was confirmed?
Yes, sir.
Did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So you're saying that you had no discussions with the White House before you were in the position about the removal of any personnel from the agency?
As I was preparing for my confirmation hearing, I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be employed if I were confirmed.
And I'm assuming that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. Did you testify, excuse me, you did testify before the grand jury that President Trump had declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Is that correct?
I don't have the grand jury transcript. That's why I released it. Whatever it says is the best evidence.
You know, that's what you said to Senator Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript. But you said, but the court said quite clearly that you are free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again,
that was quick.
Did you testify before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the document?
Chef, Patel is almost gone. He's got one eye out the door.
Issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case.
All right, that's one of the better eye jokes I've heard.
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said then.
He seriously looks like the perpetual man caught, cheating on his wife.
So you're saying right now this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury.
Whatever was released from? Under my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice
You and I both understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity.
Why does he look and sound like a gnome? I don't know, but it is. There's just something.
Credibility.
Again, this would be so much funnier if they weren't literally using Charlie Kirk as a Reichstag moment.
You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the document.
I'm just hoping it is all bluster, that, again, courts step in.
It's an issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate, and
there is no premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you How do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Patel, this is a mockery you're making of this hearing and simple questions.
It's a simple question. If you have
Mr.
a
Patel,
transcript,
during
you can
your
read
nomination,
the question, but you don't have it.
You promised that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with the Trump administration, you explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times, filed by 3 FBI officials alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been
kind of hoping this blows over like the Trump assassination did, where the same thing happened. Libs of TikTok and other right wingers went and got people fired up and got people fired for speaking and saying jokes about the president's assassination attempt.
Discussed today.
Yeah, they did.
Brian Driscoll. Now,
I mean, it would be kind of hysterical to watch Pam Bondi try to prosecute somebody for exercising their First Amendment rights. Because, yeah, again, as much as I do worry about this, this is the one thing keeping me from completely losing my shit, comically bad at this.
We know 20 years of distinguished service to the...
Also, I think they have a little bit of a hint that, like, your average middle American, the second that this hits them, they're going to be like, humming a what now?
The FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner, Shield of Bravery awards. He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025. And in that letter, you said that you were firing him pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States. And so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate him.
That matter is under litigation, and I'm not able to discuss it.
Okay, well, discuss this. Did you have discussions with Stephen Miller about...
Dude, we don't even know the background, really, of the Trump assassin. You would think that they would still, to this day, be talking about him. Why not?
Firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Frequently on our Homeland Security task forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security task force issues, correct?
I frequently talk to Mr. Miller about Homeland Security task forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you his opinions on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to success of the FBI. That's what we talk about.
So you frequently discuss your job and your responsibilities with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I imagine, as well.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood. Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us all safer. You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, this is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda.
What's funny is because conservatives used to they used to play this game where they're like, we should have doctors running the stuff for doctors and lawyers. I don't know. I mean, no, because there's too many lawyers, but we need somebody in the Department of Agriculture that knew there was a farmer.
According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of mass law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
The premise of what you say is entirely false.
Have there been any FBI agents who investigate foreign domestic terrorism?
You don't get to say America is not safer under this leadership.
I am not saying
America
that.
is safer
No, it's definitely not.
because of the work of the FBI.
You're making a presumption of
I actually think Charlie Kirk would beg to differ.
a
4,700 children.
Sir,
we have seized 6,000 weapons and 23,000 violent felons have
that
been
FBI
arrested.
agents who investigate human trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Corrections Squad reassigned. People who defend children reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen you time and time again attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe. I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the
Well,
Bureau
they'll
of
lose the momentum regardless because people like me are just going to stop talking about it. Like, you get burnt out at some point and just move on.
Institutional knowledge and expertise. You fired or pushed out.
Oh, also, I'm going back to the talking about the Epstein stuff because that needs to be talked about, and we need to focus on that more.
Seasoned FBI officials,
So,
many with more than
as a
20
matter of
years
fact, I'll probably go through an Epstein video or two coming up here.
experience. And we're working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe.
Well, once the left does, it doesn't have its luster. Like, you, the only time that the right cares is if the left feels scared enough to even talk about the stuff. Once we move on, that's when it does kind of disappear.
To lower hiring standards.
Think about every scandal that the left has like freaked the fuck out about and how it just disappears.
In order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take...
That's why I'm very careful with pearl clutching.
14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing...
Don't let this distract you. Release the list. Yep.
Low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces that stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it. Vladimir Putin benefits from it. And it really makes me wonder
billionaires,
who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents yet.
Twice.
You're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and
Ken Klippenstein
undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing.
Yeah, he's on point. Again, I don't have to agree with his politics, or like even don't have to agree with his politics. Some of his politics are good. The man himself is just egregiously fucking self-centered.
Failing as a leader.
He only cares about his, like, he's your typical Democratic politician.
And that your failure
what up, man?
Does have serious implications for the safety.
Uni's still hanging out in chat if you wanted to give her a little shout out.
And security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to hand the Bureau. But here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my
I follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
the country
time
apart.
Really?
There should be a
Your
unifying.
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this country.
to not take
It is
responsibility
my time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making a
time is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what
you
my
tell-
time is.
Senator-
You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my time's over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI.
going anywhere.
Let me tell you something, brother. Your time is over. You cannot reclaim your time. You can reclaim your time in the squared circle, brother.
But I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator Booker, I announced
Oh, what a nerd he's not.
at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth, talking over each other,
doesn't work. And I said, if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr.
So
Chairman, one point of
go
order.
ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our
Dude, Glassley, will you do us a favor and do what most old people do?
questions
Fucking A.
out.
Well,
He has been rude and disrespectful
Seriously.
to senator after senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer,
Motherfucker's like 100.
I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the FBI, under my 7-month leadership, were failing this administration in this country, why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrest them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail?
Dude, stop acting like you actually care about child predation.
Why?
Please.
Why have we found and identified
You literally have the most publicized fucking case of that, and again, now you're just going, he trafficked them to himself.
4,700 children.
Okay.
Why have we seen 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl in enough to kill a third of the American public, a 25% increase alone from last year? 88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, 7,000 kilograms of meth seized, and that's just on our criminal operations in summer heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership? How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran, and we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
Before Senator Cruz, I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination, yet my colleagues showed no intent or interest in when my whistleblowers suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the past 4 years. Indeed, one whistleblower has alleged that Brian Driscoll's insubordination, whether...
Yeah, well, then you got Glassley running fucking interference for him, too. Isn't that fun? All right, I want to see this.
Recently, Pastor Howard John Wesley gave a sermon responding to Charlie
so
Kirk's
low?
assassination. His words cut right to the truth. Today, I want to share part of that sermon with you, and then I'll add my own reflections, because what he said has deep meaning for Christians in America right now.
Trump was recently just asked about Melissa Hortman, and he was just like, who? I don't know her. Oh, this is bringing me back to church. It's these types of guys. This is why I was dead serious about being a little afraid about talking to Ben Dixon, because it was just like, oh.
And how you die.
By the way, Uni said hi. She was in the middle of getting a thing done there.
Wesley was absolutely right to say Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. Violence is never the Christian answer. But he was also right about something else. Lowering the flags of this nation to honor Charlie Kirk was hypocrisy. Here was a man who built his platform on division, on racism, on...
Damn, what a hard line. The way you die does not absolve you of the way you live. Yep.
Convincing Christians that following Christ meant following nationalism. And yet, America chose to venerate him. This is the sickness at the heart of American Christianity. We lift up men who preach hatred, and we call them heroes. But Jesus himself said in Matthew 7, verse 16, "By their fruits you will recognize them." What fruit did Charlie Kirk bear? Division, fear, anger, hatred of his neighbor. And yet, instead of repenting of that, the church in America often rewards it. We have made nationalism our idol and hatred our fruit. Kirk opposed diversity, equity, and inclusion. He mocked black and brown people as unqualified. He made an entire career out of trying to delegitimize anyone who didn't look like him or think like him. And yet, Jesus broke every barrier. He spoke to the Samaritan woman in John 4.
I got a son.
He made a hated Samaritan the hero of his parable.
This dude only has 428 subscribers? Oh, shit. Here, let me like this.
He lifted up Gentiles, women, outcasts, and the poor.
To it, though,
How far we have strayed when men like Charlie Kirk are honored as defenders of the faith. So here's the question. What does it say about us as Christians?
But if you guys are interested, I will link it. Because, yeah, he made a good video here.
As a nation, when we lower our flags to honor a man who never lowered his pride to love his neighbor. That's not Christianity. That's idolatry. And Pastor Wesley was right to call it out. My friends, if America wants to call itself
Needs a better mic.
Christian, we have to start following Christ, not idols of nationalism, not men
Because
who
I'm looking at the audio levels, they're all fine.
preach hate, but Jesus Christ
Except
himself.
for his.
Because as long as we honor men like Charlie Kirk, we dishonor the cross. Thank you for watching. If you believe the church should stand for truth, justice, and love,
That was very well stated. Even by him. Let's turn this back down. Yeah, there we go. Don't worry, I hate people with strong jawlines out of envy. That dude looks AI. Why? Is he? I don't think so. I don't think he's AI. Is he? John Howard. I break down Pat. No, this guy's definitely not. No, he's got other videos where it definitely doesn't look like that. Oh, come on, really? All right, here we go. Let's go into this. Must be the entity. Yeah. Unless he is AI, which again, he's only even, yeah. It's not every day that I run into a video that is actually pretty well produced like that, where I don't notice their sub count and I'm like, oh dang, like. No. And breathing in and out while talking. Okay. Exclusive leaked messages from Charlie Kirk's assassin. Accused shooter's politics is not what the government and media say. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all this. I obtained this and other Discord chats I've decided to publish. The legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. On September 10th, it says Charlie Kirk got shot, dead. I saw the video. Holy shit, RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. And then on 9/11, Zealous Monkey. Hey guys, I'm assuming this is Tyler. Hey guys, I have bad news for you. It was me at UVU. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been amazing. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing and liberals portray him as a right-wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun. As I reported yesterday, the country is practically ready to go to war. It's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating. A friend of Robinson's since middle school told me. Childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his to corroborate their relationship. I think the main thing that caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. that's a big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. Again, love how the media, yeah, they really have been just fucking so bad with this. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told... Uh-oh, hold on. Where did I leave off? Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The group called the friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from any kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to investigators, but those close to Robinson say that a lot of his family didn't know about him. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson and claimed corroborated by his mother's Facebook account brimming with praise for Tyler, they didn't seem to know him about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked him if the family would be accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with openness on LGBTQ issues, but his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having the right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, the friend said, referring to the right to bear arms. Man, the online left really has shifted, if this is what people are claiming, like, still. A friend described Robinson as a fairly typical young man, his age, from Utah. Someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer and into guns. To all of us, he seemed like a simple guy who loved playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and Helldivers 2. Loved to fish and loved to camp, the friend said. It really did seem like that's all he was about. August 26, Zealous Monkey, Helldivers 2, Into the Unjust Deep, one step closer to finding the DRG dwarves. The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet casings from the shooting, "Hey, fascist catch," though widely reported to mean that that the man was of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. 3 arrows initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa are also references to Helldivers. Private Discord... Jesus Christ. It's almost like they were trying to just be like, look, it's Antifa! Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's confirmed that Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search for posts of Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up just one hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on the day of the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of vote count. Zealous Monkey on September 25th, 2019. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed shit he's accused of. 11/3/20. Who's winning the election? You would know. Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as one on the West Coast. Raw votes Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. Who is probably going to win? I'm not sure. When will we know? Okay, that's like one of the most boring conversations I think I've ever seen. Childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive just like everyone else. Even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers where Discord chats are hosted was so hard to believe. We all just thought, like, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other saying, check the news. He said, yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk and then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He's a really smart guy, but super hard to read, stone cold poker face, and you could never be confident in assuming anything. When I asked if he opened up to anyone, a friend replied, as far as we know, he was opened up. Despite his verbal reticence, Robinson was not a loner, according to his friends. Unlike the stereotypical outcast shooter driven to violence by social rejection, he was apparently amiable and well-liked. Everyone who knew him liked him, and he was always nice, a little quiet, kept to himself mostly, but wasn't a recluse, a childhood friend said. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. A Discord post from another friend posted the day after his shooting raids. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Hey everyone, if you have not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible situation that took place, blah, 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 we must take a member, call sinners to be his saints. And I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all pray for him and his family during this time. Love you all. God bless you. The last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty different views on politics, the friend said on the Discord post. We all just exist as friends and just play stuff. Cat memes, weather updates. They don't want you knowing that he was just a normie. Wow, that's that just hit me. Home Improvement and the odd Garfield reference populate Robinson's posts. I'm going to eat pretty soon, very eepy. He said in a post an intentionally silly misspelling of the word sleep. Come on. Common with Generation Z. I'm going to eat pretty soon, very eepy. I'm very ill. Another John on the ceiling. Spring in New Hampshire. Spring in Southern Utah. Summit. Had to replace the monitor that was on a wall mount. Mounting 8 washers. I know the feeling. I don't even know what that is. That looks like a mailbox. Some kind. I don't know. Or a light. Like a. The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media based in Washington and New York see the country in wholly partisan terms. Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue, old media versus social media, liberal versus conservative, right versus left, straight versus gay, and on and on. Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah should remind us of the actual diversity of the nation and of the cost of polarization that demonizes the other side. One in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any of the... or no one in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any way or in any of the messages that I reviewed. They're just struggling to understand what their friend did, but Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization and conspiracy. Today, FBI Director Patel vowed to investigate anyone and everyone in the Discord chat. What I see is a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers like the rest of the country. Wow, that was a really good article by Ken Klippenstein. Here, I will link it in the chat. Very, my sleep, very eepy. I love saying eepy. Mockler looking wise. I'm wondering if he read this, but yeah, he is. Like, on this one, he is. Is my food here? Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay. Just making sure I didn't move it. Miss it. Damn, everyone in the Discord be cool to one another. Well, yeah, I mean, that seemed like a very relaxed Discord as compared to some of the stuff that I've been on, other ones I've been on. All right, let's take a look. Any updates? Nope. No updates from the legacy media on this one. I hope that Sam Cedar and other people get a hold of that Klippenstein article, because that was really, really good. Because this is what we need to report on. Like, guys, I hope you understand that now that I have a better understanding of this and his apolitical nature, yeah. Well, at least we ain't talking about Epstein now, right? Well, it's not going to work that well. Because we're going to be talking about Epstein here in a minute. Speaking of, I do have a few updates on this. Excuse me. Protesting ICE. ICE threw me on the ground for exercising my rights.
This past Friday, I was assaulted by ICE alongside some other protesters. That day was probably the most harrowing day of protest I have ever attended in my life. Partly because anything we dealt with didn't hold a candle to what the people trapped inside that facility are enduring. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and I have been an outspoken opponent of the Broadview Detention Facility. This is where ICE headquarters its operations in the Chicago area. I have now been to this facility 3 times. Earlier this summer, I attended a vigil at the facility. The ICE agents barely came out, although they did call an Uber Eats driver to bring them dinner and then made the driver come inside because they were too scared of us. The Friday before last, I attended a morning protest at that facility. I stayed for several hours, and this past Friday, I attended another morning protest. I arrived at 5:30 in the morning. Some people had been there for hours already. We sat on public property, streets that belong to Broadview, and waited for these ICE vans to load up people and deport them. They tried to intimidate us with vans through the gate, flashing headlights. And we watched through the mesh as people were marched into these vans. They were in the same clothes they were detained in, because that's part of the problem with Broadview. This is supposed to be a processing facility. People aren't supposed to be here for more than 12 hours at a time. But we've gotten reports for people being held for days or even weeks, including grandmothers and pregnant women. But because it's classified as a processing facility, these people aren't given beds. They are not given hot meals. They are not given hygienic products. They are literally sleeping on the concrete. We yelled through the gate to let these detainees know that they were not alone. And as they were being deported, Broadview police stood by and watched as masked men came out of the gate and forcibly removed us. It took 2 men to lift me up, and then they threw me on the ground. My knees bled. There was no process, no identification, no accountability. I think if anyone did that to me in any other public scenario, it would qualify as assault. But for some reason, this was the exception. The vans took off and more protesters joined us around 7 a.m. It was a peaceful protest. We sang songs, we said chants. I even started a craft circle on the pavement. Occasionally, ICE officers would come out of the garage or come out of the facility and people would yell at them. But there was no violence. It was just people trying to support our neighbors, to let them know that they are not alone. And then around 10 a.m., the purge voice came on.
You are commanded to immediately disperse. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or are subject to other police action.
Somebody make a remix of this shit.
Other police action may include the use of chemical or less lethal munitions.
We saw shooters on the roof, and then about 24 men in full riot gear came out. They had every weapon you can imagine. Real guns, tear gas, pepper balls. They were all wearing gas masks. They made this show a couple of times. They would come out, try to scare us. Some people left, but more than I expected stayed. And then they would do a formation walking backwards into the building. None of the protesters there, including myself, had weapons. We had cardboard signs, drums, and I guess I had knitting needles. But there was nothing to justify being in full riot gear. In fact, I should note that the windows here are boarded up. They weren't boarded up the first time I went, but they were the second time. I guess people praying and singing songs is just so terrifying. This song and dance continued. They came out, they went back in, they came out, they went back in. Not a single one of these officers had any identification on them. We found 2 badges the entire time and they just had numbers, no names. They all wore masks. Most of them wore caps, and most of them wore sunglasses as well. Later that morning, we had the highest time of escalation. The garage opened up, and a van was coming through the parking lot. This van was full of immigrants that had been detained, and it was truly one of the most harrowing things I have ever seen or heard in my life. The police stood in front of the gate to protect this van, as people were banging on the doors to get out.
Why are you kidnapping people? We're with you! Why are you kidnapping people?
Jesus. The doors were literally moving. You could see and hear it. And meanwhile, the Broadview police, which is not a huge police force, probably half of their officers were just at this protest. We're standing around. We kept saying there's a crime going on behind you. But they stood there and they watched. And that's when ICE tried to start chaos. They came back out in their riot gear. They shoved us back. They felt like big, strong men. And they brought those people inside the facility. I myself was shoved back, as were some of my friends. I didn't get thrown to the ground this time, but one guy did cop a feel. Once again, no identification, no process, no accountability. Around noon, it seemed like there weren't going to be any more deportation actions that day, so I went home to catch up on sleep. Later on that day, a protester at this facility was shot with a pepper ball. And once again, no one at these protests were being violent. Since I posted the clip of ICE forcibly removing me from the pavement and throwing me back on the ground on Friday, I've seen some comments that seem to be genuinely in good faith, saying that, well, it's the law, and you're getting in the way of a federal operation. It is my First Amendment right to protest just as it is yours. And just because something is the law does not mean it's moral. We create and change laws every single day. In fact, I am running to be one of those people who can change the law. And throughout history, atrocities have been justified under the guise of legality. Laws are things we make. Morality and dignity are things we are born with. And the escalation I've seen just at this facility, from being at a vigil to being at a protest to being assaulted by ICE, is indicative of the times we are in. ICE is moving with impunity. They are being given billions of our tax dollars to commit crimes against humanity. And I do not believe that anyone is safe from Trump's secret police. This is what weak men do to feel strong. Yep. I mean, look at these guys. Did they get a Call of Duty costume at Spirit Halloween? It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
they really,
even though they're
look ridiculous,
they are being given essentially endless authority by this administration, which is why it's more important than ever to stand up against ICE. If it's not for the dignity of your neighbor, do it because you will eventually be next. And if you're in the area, you can do something about it. This Friday, 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., you can come to the Broadview Processing Facility at 1930 Beach Street. Protest alongside us. Show that we will not stand for this. Insist that our government needs to treat humans like humans. This should not be a controversial position to take. And as for my part, I'm going to try to continue to use my platform and power in any way I can to fight this fascist takeover. As I'm recording this, Northwestern sent out an email to all of its students, essentially curbing their First Amendment rights. So we're going to be distributing business card-sized flyers at Northwestern and other campuses in and around the 9th District so students know their rights. They'll know what to do if they're detained by ICE, and they will know their rights under the Constitution. And if you want to help us with this campaign, help us with the costs, you can chip in at catforillinois.com. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you this Friday, 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. at 1930 Beach Street, the Broadview Processing Facility. See you there.
All right. Go Cat. That is cool that she did that. The real political violence in America. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Because I do want to eat. I feel like I need to find a Hassan video. Because he always eats during people's other people's stuff, so it's kind of like doing a reverse chair stream on them. Major flex. Wait. Let's go with this.
I think it's only fair to walk.
Fuck it. I'll do this Mockler clip. He earned a little bit of good faith. So, you opened the alt-right playbook video I sent you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the one where I was just like, that was a little bit long. Yeah, because how long was that? I think it was over 40 minutes. That was the problem. Because I wasn't sure if it was going to fit into the block that I had set up. But now we're getting into the Pep has food. I don't have to leave. So, watch speed. What watch speed? Or like, are you saying watch the movie Speed? I love the movie Speed. It's a very good movie. On your own time. Oh, that's a watch on your own time kind of video. Okay, cool.
Through some more clips of Charlie Kirk in his own words to give you all a more realistic example of what his daily commentary looked like. Because I have seen some serious sanitization of this dude from right-wing commentators, from mainstream MAGA politicians, people who are claiming that he was just a saint, a civil rights activist who was trying to help people. That is not true. He called for the execution, the death penalty for Joe Biden. He said the Civil Rights Act shouldn't have been passed, which means that discrimination would still be legal based on race, religion, sex, national origin, etc. He said many other things, and we can walk through it throughout this. I also want to say off the bat that no clip that I play here means it's okay for Charlie Kirk to be publicly executed in front of thousands of people. I find that despicable, disgusting, and there's no place for that in America. I want to be very clear about that. But I can believe that and also say Charlie Kirk's a dumbass. I mean, in this clip that I'm about to play, Charlie Kirk says that even though MLK was assassinated, he thinks MLK was a bad guy. So why can't I apply that same exact standard to somebody that I disagree with, Charlie Kirk? Well, we're going to go through this, and I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk on a platform in 5 days. Obviously, it's no longer, it got canceled entirely, but we were supposed to do a debate, and now all we can do is just go through and play examples. It got canceled
entirely? Yeah, that's an understatement. Damn, Mark.
Of him speaking. Right-wingers hate when we do this. Right-wingers will try to cancel me for doing this. I made a video like this yesterday, and someone commented, some right-winger said, like, your desperate attempt at trying to slander the right is getting out of hand. Disgusting human being. Reporting this channel again, lie after lie, pushing for more violence isn't the answer. They even said my channel should be taken down, but you guys came in clutch, and we all dogged him in the comment section. Someone says, you complain about Charlie Kirk's own words? You sure you want to go that way? I said, dude, you're mad at Charlie Kirk's own words. Someone said they always love the First Amendment when it's marginalized groups in the crosshairs, not so much when it's their own people. Very, very true. Make sure you drop a like. Subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you support the message and you like videos like this. And let's start with this clip. Now, Charlie Kirk has had this long-held belief on his show that the Civil Rights Act should not have been passed at all. I'll let him explain.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. As we note in the piece, Kirk has previously described Kirk as a hero and a civil rights icon. It's true. I used to be wrong. What inspired Kirk to shift his view on MLK? Why does Kirk think that MLK is a bad guy?
My fried chicken
when
wings,
Kirk
guys,
says that MLK says, quote, one good thing he didn't believe, what does he mean?
I did say that I have, yeah, okay. We already went through
Why
this,
does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake?
Yeah.
Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right? Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
This is a long-held belief from Charlie Kirk, and we can dig deeper in other videos, but just a quick run-through. The Civil Rights Act is important for a few reasons. First of all, it banned segregation in public spaces. There was no more separate but equal. It's just equal. Everybody has equal opportunity, or at least in theory. Obviously, some groups had a massive head start, so it's a little bit hard in reality for everybody to immediately be equal when the Civil Rights Act is passed. But the goal is, over a while, that segregation will be banned Discrimination on the basis of race, on the basis of religion, national origin, or sex is illegal, and the federal government has the power to enforce desegregation and protect the voting rights of people in America. How can we be a democratic country if large swaths of the population aren't able to vote? Women weren't able to vote until 100 years ago. Black Americans didn't have a say until my grandparents were born. That's not even long ago. My grandparents are still rather young. They're 60, 61. So I think that the Civil Rights Act is objectively a good thing, no matter what Charlie Kirk says. Should he be shot and killed for saying this? No, but it's pretty despicable and pretty terrible. Because of this law, millions of Americans were allowed basic dignity. Millions of Americans were allowed the opportunity to, flourish. You shouldn't be denied opportunities simply because of how you were born. That is not American. We need a level playing field. That is American. Everybody having opportunities is American. So I disagree. Charlie Kirk. Let me know what you all think in the comments. But on to this next clip of Charlie Kirk blaming none other than DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, for deaths in Kirk County, Texas, when there was flooding just a few months back.
The Democrats, they're so despicable. The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over 100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. What you are not being told by the media anywhere is that the death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI.
What?
This Texas tragedy is just the latest example. It's not just incompetence. This is DEI working to undermine meritocratic institutions, and more people likely died than otherwise would have because of DEI.
All right, you know what his source is? He just made it up. Do you know how much easier this show would be if I could just come on here and make things up based off my preconceptions about the other party? I would love that, but he's lying. He is lying through his teeth right now. DEI had nothing to do with it. In fact, there are many reports about how Kristi Noem delayed the Department of Homeland Security response to the Texas floods because she enacted an outrageous new rule the month prior that made it so every single equipment or rescue request had to go through her for authorization. They claim this was to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse because they are obsessed with quote-unquote waste, fraud, and abuse, cutting it at the cost of human lives. And what ended up happening is it delayed any sort of rescue. Per Thursday CNN report a few months back, Noem enacted a requirement for DHS expenditures over $100K to be signed off by her. This is a white woman. And now you see the pattern that arises. A shooter killed Charlie Kirk, and they tried to blame it on the trans roommate who may or may not exist. I mean, we know the roommate does exist, but we don't know if they are transitioning or if they are transgender. It doesn't matter. Why would it possibly matter? This was a dude who grew up in a Republican family who was recently radicalized. We don't know exactly what his motive or ideology was as of late. It's still up in the air. The investigation is still going on. But it becomes increasingly clear how they take every single disaster, spin it, pin it on minorities, and try to say that that's that. They did that with the aviation disaster earlier in the year. Remember when the plane crashed over the Potomac and Trump immediately blamed it on DEI? What about this next clip? I played this yesterday, but I actually want to expand on it a bit because I did more research. And Charlie Kirk is so incredibly wrong. He's arguing against free school lunches for children. He says it's actually a bad idea, and he's just wrong. I'll play the clip in 1 second, but keep this in mind. For some kids, school lunches are the last refuge, the only reliable source of nutrition that they get. Charlie Kirk also says so many kids are overweight. But the more research I did, overweight doesn't mean that you're well fed. Many children are overweight because the only food they have access to is cheap processed food that lacks any sort of nutrition. So school lunches, which I'm not going to say that they're healthy or perfect. I just got out of school a few years ago. They're far from perfect, but they're necessary. It is necessary for kids to function and retain information and be effective. But Charlie Kirk argues this.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
The parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important.
They have jobs and they can't support their children stare because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are a temp, dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really...
I want children to eat?
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
Okay, that's a lie. We don't have a child obesity problem in this country. Like I just said, some people are overweight due to cheap processed food that is being sold or given to them. And when kids are nourished in school, when there's at least at minimum one lunch, one meal per day, this has been studied. Not
bullshit, dude. As much as like, I'm sorry, I gotta check him on this one. You know, and this is a little anecdotal, but I've seen some of the kids, you know, going to their bus stop where it's like, what in the actual fuck is happening?
Not only in the United States, but other developed countries.
It's better than it was, I will say that much.
When there's one meal, kids are able to focus better, learn better, they grow up healthier. It helps society as a whole. If we want to have a functioning society that is competitive with other developed countries, and we don't want other countries to start, you know, pulling ahead and dominating us on the global stage, maybe we should treat our kids well while they're in school. Novel thought, you know? But in this next clip, you may have seen it. Charlie Kirk says that Joe Biden should get the death penalty. I think it's worth playing again.
Joe Biden, a lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. But Kamala Harris.
Let's be fucking real, guys. Let's be fucking real. I gotta follow Mock on this one. That's fucking wild.
My goodness.
Okay, you can't even say Kamala, right? First of all. But secondly, imagine if that's the type of rhetoric I used on my show. Imagine if you clicked in and I was like, Donald Trump is a dementia-filled tyrant who should be given the death penalty for his crimes against America. That's just not even commentary. That is just upping the rhetoric. So that's why it annoys me when they try to gaslight us, sanitize Charlie Kirk, and say that we are the ones who are being violent. Number one, before we even knew anything about this dude, we didn't even know who shot Charlie Kirk. Trump came out and said that it was radical leftists and that they need to pay. So they're always upping the rhetoric, then trying to gaslight us about it. We're not going to let that happen. If you appreciate the videos we make, subscribe below. I'll see you all in the next one, and peace out.
Peace out. I'm glad Peace Out's making its comeback, even though, I mean, now it's going to sound like I'm trying to be like one of the kids, but it's just like, I never stopped saying that, dude. What the fuck? It's kind of the same thing with like the whole, I needed that, guys. Oh, I feel so much better. Oh, nothing hits the spot like some, you know, I just gotta say B-dubs. Yes. I do have better restaurants around me too, but I don't know, man. I was craving it. I saw that they had a deal. I was just like, let's go for it. Wings for $1? Don't mind if I do. For a buck? Yeah, too. It was low-hanging fruit. You still pick it, right? You could hear Charlie intentionally mispronouncing because it sounded like he was having trouble saying it that way. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. Sometimes you just gotta get beat-ups. It really is that. Thank you, Pinkerbell. I feel so much more, like, comfortable with that because, I don't know. Every once in a while, knowing that I have some of the wing places around me, like, I got some really good wing places. I have, like, 6 of them. So, every once in a while, I will feel just guilty that it's like, oh, you know, I could have gone to this other place that, you know, B-Dub's got them wings for $1. Take note. Oracle Cat, hey, what's up? How you doing? Oh, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. Like, seriously, this means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to her. Like, she's gone through it, guys. I will let her explain whatever's going on with her, because I don't want to, you know, break HIPAA. It's on her. So. If she wants to say it, fine. But I like the beat-ups fries. Me too. But I got the onion rings instead, which I'm kind of glad that I did. Yeah, the beat-ups fries are good. Actually, their burger. I had their burger recently. It was really, really good. Because again, they had a, well, recently, God, this was like a year ago. So that's how recent I do like my food orders. I'm doing all right, thanks. Just chilling, playing some games, listening to YouTubes. That's always fun. There's nothing like... I've been doing Donkey Kong, so like playing Bonanza, and yeah, just turning on some podcasts or... Let's see, what was the last one I did? Oh, Howard Stern. I listened to the entire Stern show. I think it was Monday? Last Monday. Yeah, it was last Monday. That was nice. What time is it? Oh, we already missed it. Cool. Happy time zone. That's where we're going with this. Happy time zone. Yeah, but I just realized that was early. I forgot to check the actual stream time. Oh. Body clock's all messed up. You can't do that alt-right video, but maybe you could do the other video I sent you, the Harper... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Maybe. How much of the
Under communism, to me, it's 100% taxes. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I guess it is.
Socialism, to me, is 30% and up.
Nope. Nope. He got permission to use this. Good for him. I'll like the video and I'll watch it in my own time, but yeah. Unfortunately, he uses too much of the Jubilee video. And the Jubilee video... No, so... Jubilee, they come after you for any... Like, if you watch a video of them watching Jubilee, they come after you, and it's immediate. Matter of fact, there it is. I just got the warning. Yeah. No, it's okay. I got something else I'll find. Essentially doing the fun half. I'm gonna be going till you know what? I'm gonna go to 10 tonight. Call it a little bit early because I do want to talk to Uni. Make sure that she is feeling good. But if she's still in chat and not like, you know, nodding off, then we'll go pretty much for as long as she is comfortable being in chat. Harper gives some grade A advice. Oh, I will definitely check it out. All right, let's go to history. No, not history. We need to go right here. Wait. Trump's scandal spirals out of control, ruins him. Kyle, are we doing clickbait? What's this?
So Trump started something here that I really don't think he understands. Just how much he screwed his administration, just how much he screwed this country, just how bad the long-term impacts of this will be. But let me walk you through this here. So we discussed the other day how there were a bunch of legal South Korean workers here who were working at this Hyundai factory in Georgia. And what happened was ICE rolled up military style and shut that whole bitch down and started mass arresting people and literally putting chains on their legs and their hands and around their waist and like really making a show and a point of the cruelty to try.
We want to encourage discussion. Copyright strike.
To pretend like these are illegal immigrants and we're going to kick them out of the country and all this stuff, right? Well, now we have Rafael Rashid, a Seoul-based freelance journalist went into detail here about exactly what went down. And this is really ugly. So let me walk you through it, and then we'll get to the backlash from this. So he says the following. A repatriated Korean worker from the Hyundai LG battery factory secretly wrote a detention diary about their seven-day experience. They were there for 7 days in ICE custody in Georgia. The worker says ICE officers mocked them with words like North Korea and Rocket Man despite holding a business visa. The worker held a B1 visa for a 2-month work.
They're really hiring the fucking cream of the crop
meeting and training trip.
Yeah.
They were body searched while wearing a hard hat and safety boots at 10 a.m. on September 4th. ICE gave arrest warrant forms at 1:20 p.m. with no explanation and no Miranda rights read. The workers thought that completing the forms would lead to release. The worker wrote, which was shared with Yonhap News, red wristbands were placed on workers after they submitted forms. They secretly messaged his family saying contact might be cut off. So this is pictures of what it looked like with them being, handcuffed. Workers were handcuffed with cable ties, and some were chained at the waist, legs, and wrists. Transport vehicles had toilets inside with a strong urine odor, and there was no air conditioning provided during the journey to the detention facility. Workers were initially housed in a 72-person room with bunks, 4 shared toilets, and 2 urinals. There were no clocks or outside view. Mattresses had mold on them. The provided water smelled bad. No basic supplies were initially provided to the detainees. It was so cold that some detainees heated towels in the microwave to warm themselves. The worker secretly obtained a pen and paper on day 4 to begin writing his detention diary. The formal intake process was completed on day 4. During the September 6th ICE interview, officers asked if they were from South Korea. When they confirmed, the officer smirked and mentioned North Korea and Rocket Man. The worker wrote being angry but restrained themselves. When they asked why they were arrested despite legal B1 entry, the ICE officer replied, I don't know either, but some people above think it's illegal. Stephen Miller, most likely. Yeah. Some ICE officers admitted to other detainees that ICE had made mistakes, according to the diary. Wow, so other ICE officers knew this was fucked up. On September 7th, 4 officials from the Korean Consulate General and Foreign Ministry met the detainees.
Dude, oh my God, dude. Yeah, I think that Trump might have really fucked up with this one. He did say that at the beginning of this, but I'm starting to realize, like, oh no, this is going public, dude.
The consulate.
I don't think people understand just the microcosms of all this, where it's like, no, dude, people who live in Tennessee and Georgia are going to be, they will be affected by that. If that plant closes, then the people in Georgia are fucked. I love that this is like, again, maybe it's because I ate some beat-ups and I feel a little bit better. Maybe it's because I smoked, but I don't know, guys. I'm starting to feel a little less threatened by these fucking, just their blatant incompetence.
It reportedly told workers,
even their Gestapo are fucking stupid.
Getting home first is
like everything about them. Dude, they are just stupid Nazis. That's what they are.
Most important thing, sign whatever they ask you to sign unconditionally. The Korean officials warned that disputes could mean detention for anything from 4 months to several years. They informed detainees.
Yeehatsies.
Jesus Christ. Disputes could mean being in prison from 4 months to several years? They informed detainees that signing would mean forced removal, visa cancellation, and a charter flight home. More ministry officials visited on September 8th. The worker wrote, I was angered that they seemed unable to understand why B1 visa entry was considered illegal and was frustrated at their focus on sending us out. Workers were told to sign voluntary departure documents filled with language about being illegal. Release came on September 11th at 1 a.m. when buses departed for Atlanta Airport, leaving what Yonhap described as a hell-like detention facility. So these legal South Korean workers here.
I actually got to talk to somebody about this and ask him. It's like, dude, do you ever worry about yourself?
Here to help with the Hyundai LG battery factory to get it working.
And the thing is, like, he's second generation, but yeah.
Were put through hell. Had their liberty and their freedom taken away.
He pretended to be Samoan when we were kids because he couldn't speak Spanish. So anytime that somebody would come up to him speaking Spanish, he's just like, I'm Samoan.
From them for a fucking week. Quote,
I'll never forget the moment where I went, no, you're not. He's like, shut up.
Going to stay and work when it's like this, one of the deported South Korean factory workers said.
What up, LT?
Nobody is going to stay and work when it's like this.
LT, actually, I got a surprise for you coming up.
After this situation, we considered leaving our jobs.
Working on something.
I don't know how the visa will work next time, and there will be some people who need to go there, but I have to think about it.
It says some 300 South Koreans working in Georgia returned home Friday after being taken into custody last week.
They went there to help the U.S. The U.S. side also wanted...
Yeah, you know what's fucked up? How U.S. tourism is going to be affected by this, and they don't even know it.
them to work there, but now they are being treated like criminals.
Wait, LT, were you here yesterday?
Which feels very unpleasant. Since they're not actually...
If you weren't here and you don't know about the new thing, the propaganda hat, then let me know.
Actual criminals, the fact that they were taken away like that, I think that's a real problem.
It's almost like I'm looking for excuses to put the damn thing.
So we got all that. Quote, this would make you think...
I hope they sue him so hard. They are. They have to. And then on top of it, what I was just saying, I have a feeling that they're going to start mistreating American citizens.
Twice about it.
Like, if they're going to pull this shit where they start looking at their social media, I have a feeling that, like, they might do the same, but we might be good because we don't like Trump. So it's just like, if we say, no, fuck Trump, and then they're just like, oh, let's go.
Investing in the United States. Foreign firms weighing...
Is your birthday? Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, LT.
US...
Everybody give LT a little happy birthday wish.
Georgia projects chilled by Hyundai ICE raid.
If you want to, don't want to.
So in other words,
to,
any
come
foreign
on, be cool.
countries that were like, hey, we should invest in the U.S.
It's his birthday.
Make some deal, invest in the U.S. They're all like, should we do that? Should we do that? Because seemingly, it could get shut down at a moment's notice. You could have your workers screwed over at a moment's notice. The psychotic president could levy a illegal tariff on you at a moment's notice, just based on how he's feeling that morning. Why would they fuck with us? Why would they ever make a deal with us? There's literally no reason to do that. You'd have to be a sucker to do that at this point. And so I really don't think people get it, bro. Like, it is, the U.S. is in serious trouble, like serious, serious trouble. All of our allies are going to want to make deals with each other and maybe look to China for global leadership. None of them are looking to us.
This is the new thing where if we make $100 per stream, I'm putting this on, and this is how I will do stream. I don't care how serious the subject is. I proved this yesterday. The back end of stream was pretty much done in this
anymore, which means our trade relations fall apart. But also, even the dollar is the world reserve currency. TikTok on that, bro. Like that's going to go away too. I don't think there's any doubt about that anymore. It's just a matter of time. Now, the flight to safety, as they call it, is not to the dollar. It used to be to the dollar. When there's an economic downturn, the dollar gets stronger. Now, the flight to safety is to gold. Why? Because everybody's like, fuck the dollar. The U.S. are not the global leaders anymore. And so here we are. Here we are. Yet again, another example of how this man is absolutely screwing us over. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
It's full grown. Yay. All right. Tim Pepper is in his little nook. You're welcome. Wow, all markets are down, so I'm assuming that the interest rates aren't going to do shit. Nothing good for the consumer. Prices are going to continue to skyrocket. All right. All right. Wow. What the fuck, dude? Oil and gold just went... Yeah. Okay, so markets are not doing hot. Yay. Oh, shit. I like that song. Ginning up misinfo. Here, this came from CNN. Caitlin Collins. I'm really afraid of blocking that.
We heard from the president in the Oval Office today, and at one point, he was also asked why he lowered flags to half staff following Charlie Kirk's assassination, but has declined to do so for other victims of political violence, including a Democratic state lawmaker from Minnesota who was murdered alongside her husband this summer.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags
to half-staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House
He looks like a fucking frog.
Speaker, was gunned down by
I know that this has been like pointed out, and is that where Pepe came from?
an assassin as
I mean,
well.
he looks like Pepe.
I'm not familiar.
The Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me. People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
Trump says if Governor Walz
Is that true?
had asked him to lower the flags after Melissa and Mark Hortman's murder, that he would have. But back in July, when I asked the president on Air Force One if he planned to call the governor, he told me he thought it would be a waste of time.
Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. Look, he appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so
Whoa, Trump is Pepe, Pepe is Trump.
whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I?
I think we broke a story here, guys.
I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue.
Jesus Christ.
He's a mess. So I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
Our country's cooked. Yep.
Joining me tonight is Democratic Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota. And Senator, thank you for being here. What did you make there of the president's response to that question?
I'm just sort of blown away by the callousness of his response. And, you know, I'm thinking in this moment about what we need is a universal condemnation
Mango Mussolini was one of my mom's favorites.
of political violence, that condemnation should transcend politics.
Cheeto,
and yet
she also liked when I called him Cheeto in charge.
President of the United States, I don't know whether he's just clueless or whether he was pretending that he didn't remember who Melissa Hortman was and then trying to deflect blame, is exactly what we do not need in this moment. And this is a moment when the president is actively trying to gin up fear by spreading disinformation and his opinions, when he really has no idea what is behind this tragic killing of Charlie Kirk.
Do you think if Governor Walz had called that he would have lowered the flags?
Oh, I mean, I can't imagine that would have happened. I mean, what was it that he said, Caitlin? Basically, I get called all the time to lower flags, and you can't do it for everyone. That is exactly what we do not need in this terrible moment in the country, when people are fearful, when they are feeling like basically the foundations of our democracy are shaking, and they don't feel safe. And no, I think it's outrageous to suggest that all he needed was a call from Governor Walz, that he would have done the right thing. I think that's ridiculous.
What would you like to see from President Trump instead?
Well, I really think that what we have to do is to find some way of saying that regardless of who you are, if you commit an act of political violence, that we stand against it. The people who study these things will tell us that what happens over time is violence can be normalized if it isn't immediately rejected as unacceptable. And that's not happening. That's not happening right now. And in fact, what is happening is members of the president's administration are basically in this moment saying things like the Democratic Party is the party of murder.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Miller.
Yeah, they've literally been saying shit like that.
Said that Democrats are an extremist organization. So they are ginning up fear and misinformation.
I just realized that I had this up for a while because you can see that MR Fun is definitely not live.
In the moment when they should be doing exactly the opposite and calling us to our higher angels. This is what President Bush did after the terrible attacks on the World Trade Towers. This is what Governor Cox is attempting to do. It's what Jeff Flake and Gabby Giffords did.
Good.
In their commentary this weekend. That's what we need in this moment.
That's been a consistent, I've been pretty consistent on that one here.
Speaking of those comments of Stephen Miller, the deputy chief of staff, who is very influential in the West Wing and also was close to Charlie Kirk. He was
also, hell yeah, Sandy.
Recounting a conversation they had recently today. Those comments that you referenced there, they were from 3 weeks ago. I want everyone to listen to Stephen Miller in his own words.
The Democrat Party
Pee-wee German
does not fight for,
he really does
care about, or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization.
Why does he talk like this? He's so angry that he makes angry face. That his lips and his teeth, they just at one point separated, and he's just so angry.
I mean, that is quite the claim there to call your entire party.
I missed 420 because I'm an idiot. 421, or 421, 421 because pep talks.
A domestic extremist organization.
It's basically, he's saying that, you know, millions and millions and millions of Americans are part of a domestic extremist organization. And, you know, this individual is not just some
the
random
rectal polyp. He totally looks like a rectal polyp.
person with an opinion. It is somebody who is a
Like
very
his lips are trying to
powerful
escape his face.
voice inside the White House. And what is, I think, especially worrisome in this moment is that you have Stephen Miller saying those things, and then you also have the administration telling us that they are prepared to use the full force of the federal government to crack down on these leftist organizations. And who do they mean exactly? What does that look like exactly? That is exactly what happens when authoritarians start to run rampant, and they basically use the power. I mean, they mean all of us.
Yeah, it's fueling her paranoia.
They mean Americans who don't.
She literally thinks that, like, the evil Mexicans that Fox News is talking about will literally come through her curtains.
Don't agree with them. When Stephen Miller says these things, when Donald Trump says these things, what I hear is...
that was in reference to a chat from my wife.
You are free to express your opinion as long as you support my power. But if you don't...
Yeah. No, it's fucked. It's fucked.
Then we're going to come after you. I mean, they're not...
It's a real thing. It's a real thing where, because she only watches one channel, Fox News. So anytime she starts talking about, like, you know, her paranoid, like the paranoid delusions, it's always something from there.
Not even really being that subtle about it. And I think people have to really listen hard to this and be ready to stand up to this because it's a very scary moment.
One thing I've seen the White House point out are comments that Democrats have made about Trump or his people in his administration. Do you believe in this moment, given what you're saying here about what the country needs, that there are also elected Democrats who have gone too far in the way that they speak about their political opponents?
You know, I think that there probably have been people who have said things that they shouldn't have said, but that is true on both sides. And I do not think that the equivalency is really the issue here. What you have here is...
Well, no, it's because she just figured out the parental control. So now they're going to parental control Fox News off her cable, and she's going to definitely call the cable guy to come and fix that.
The president of the United States and the folks that are keeping him in power, that are supporting him, using this moment to try to figure out how they can crack down on their political opposition. And what we should be doing is we should be saying, I respect your right to say what you believe, and I'm going to protect your right to say what you believe. That is that is what free speech means in this country, and that is not what I hear Donald Trump or Stephen Miller or Elon Musk or any of these folks really standing up for right now.
Really? No, don't even put the really in there. Just say it like it is. No, they are fueling this.
Senator Tina Smith, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guarantee you, dude, if you looked at this even further, he probably did kill Tony in like 2014. What do you call a black doctor? Nothing. There are no black doctors. Ah! They killed Tony. Fucking Mongoloids are like, yeah!
He's so right, dude. the Kill Tony crowd would just be like, "Oh my god, that's the funniest fucking joke I ever heard."
Yeah!
Yeah.
Say the N-word! You son of a bitch, that was incredible.
Oh my god, what a fucking perfect Tony impression.
Have you ever gotten pussy from a bitch that had banana bread in her ass? As a matter of fact, Tony, you fucking whore, I have. Oh! Boing, red band's like boing. That would fucking kill, dude.
East Coast comedian Stavros Halkias seems to have woken up to the rise of the hackpocalypse that's absolutely wreaked havoc in Austin.
Dude, the comedy scene is full drama mode, man. Shane Gillis is moving back to, he's either moving to LA or he said that he went back to Philly. I think he's selling his place in Austin and he's going to go back to New York and work the mothership there
in Texas. Because whenever the topic of Kill Tony, Joe Rogan, or the Austin comedy scene arises, Stavros isn't afraid to voice his honest opinions about it. Unlike some other comics who tiptoe pretty carefully around the topic in order to spare Lord Joe Rogan's little feelings from being hurt. Like as you
they want to keep their booking.
Just saw there, Stavros really didn't.
Stavros doesn't give a fuck. He'll just do more fucking podcasts.
And hold back when joking about the smooth brains of Kill Tony superfans and how they give standing ovations to pretty much any sentence that contains a right-winged buzzword or talking point. Which of course made Yanni Pappas and Chris DiStefano burst out laughing because of how utterly true
that's Giannis.
It was. And do keep in mind that this podcast aired around 4 months ago, right before established comedians like Mark Maron, Bill Burr, and Dan Soder made it clear to the public that Joe Rogan and his disciples are seriously doing damage to the modern comedic landscape. A call out that was so legendary that it seems to have even inspired Stavros a little, because now he's just calling out people for their obvious BS. Like just last
Dan Soder's been doing the same thing.
Last week, Stavros was on Mark Norman's podcast, We Might Be Drunk, dumping on his buddies for scheduling the Riyadh Comedy Festival gig, since they're pretty much just stomping on their morals.
Oh my god, who else is on this? Is that Sebastian Maniscalco? Oh man. Why would you do that? Russell. Taking the payday, Russell. Oh my god, really? Bobby Lee and fucking Andrew Santino? You're kidding me. Oh, this is fucking... Alright, Andrew Schultz. Saw that coming. Louis C.K. saw that coming. Is that who I think? No, that can't be Hank Azaria, is it? Oh shit, I think that is. Oh no. Hey, this guy was on TYT. This guy right here. Whitney Cummings, Bill Burr, Joe Coy, Jimmy Carr. Hey, Fluffy. Oh, go figure. Pete fucking Davidson is on the top. Is that Kurt Metzger? Oh, really? Kurt Metzger got booked? That's crazy. Tommy Segura? Sam Morrell? Oh, Sam Morrell and Mark Norman went. Aziz Ansari.
In the face of that mouth-watering Saudi Arabian blood money. And he really goes in on Sam Morril here, since if Sam had a shred of dignity, he would have turned it down, since to Stavros' point, Sam Morril is a Jewish comedian at the end of the day.
Ontario, London, Ontario, and then I'll be Chicago, September 5th, and then September 11th, theater at MSG, and then September 27th, Saudi Arabia with... Oh, you baby, you fucking pieces. You're all fucking pieces of shit. A stone Sam.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Jessica Kirson's getting it first, right? What the hell?
He's not leaving, I'll tell you that. It's gonna be hard to do crowd work with that burqa.
Everyone doing everyone, all the people cleaning your sheets are just Filipino slaves. They're doing it too, right?
I am.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
October 8th.
The way that Stavros could just casually drop a fucking line like that is
I figured the 7th would have been in poor taste, so I'm doing the 8th.
What? Jesus, it takes place on October 7th. You guys are in Riyadh on October 7th.
I didn't realize that.
I'm on the 8th. I'm there on the 8th.
Oh my God.
What is going on the 7th? You're going to be doing remembrance posts from Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, from Saudi Arabia.
Stavros is roasting their
Airspace.
Hold on. Distraction.
What an asshole.
So good on Stavros for calling this
Oh, he roasted their asses.
whole Riyadh comedy
I
festival
can't believe that he's going. Oh, that's wild, Sam.
disaster out there. Because everyone who's on that lineup are officially the most soulless, money-hungry comedians alive.
They really are.
Like, they're basically telling their audience that they do just about anything for the right amount of money. Which also makes you wonder if they would have gone to Germany in the 1940s and performed there if the evil Austrian painter offered them enough bread. Like, it's almost that insane.
It is. It really is.
And also, just on a quick side note, Bill Burr really disappointed me here. I mean, after everything he's done this year, from calling out Elon Musk and the idiot podcasters who platform those guys, I truly thought he was better than this. At least Stavros had the integrity to turn the money down, since he was most definitely offered to do it. But anyways, as you can see now, Stavros Halkias isn't afraid to take out the trash whenever and wherever it presents itself. And he's always been this way. But this side of him has been coming out more and more recently.
Just roast him.
As his peers in the comedy world are increasingly changing for monetary gain. Like just a few days ago, he unfortunately had to put a
this was wild,
fellow
guys.
comedian on
we should watch the full one if he doesn't play
after
it.
she wouldn't stop talking about the sensitive
Yeah, she fucking sucks.
topics that the Austin comedy scene thrives on.
Yeah.
You know,
You could tell that she was definitely trying to get in with Joe.
anti-trans, anti-feminist rhetoric that mothership attendees pump through their veins on any given night there.
Thanks for coming, Jordan.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, special tomorrow. Take Me With You.
It comes out tomorrow.
Comes out tomorrow on Netflix.
Right now I'm in Austin.
You're in Austin.
I'm about to do Rogan.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
My friend's ex, not ex, just dude she was fucking, whatever.
Mhm.
He was like, I've fucked a tranny, right?
Okay,
which is
well,
crazy.
Yeah, he said that. You're quoting
He said
him.
that. He's like
Yeah.
the Southern guy, which tranny to me is drag, in my opinion.
No.
Transvestite.
It's a slur for
Yeah, but it's not
trans
trans.
person.
Fucking Stavi.
Gender.
Yes, it is.
Stavi.
If you transition fully,
My man, dude.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
He is up there. Like, he might actually be my favorite working comedian right now with Josh Johnson
okay, sorry.
and Dan Soder.
Sorry. So then,
Soder's probably king, though. No, come on.
I've
what do you
also
think about identifying as queer if you're just a hot woman who got
Gotta love the golden retriever of comedy.
a sex change in a relationship with a toxic gym rat? Do you get to say you're queer?
I mean, I think being trans. I mean, we're in a society where I think, unfortunately, society dictates that a little bit, and
I think I'm more queer than that person.
you're not.
I think if you have to whisper, then maybe you shouldn't say that word into a microphone.
But I do think if
well, she's also stupid.
If you're trans, you're still queer in society.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's where I land. You have gotten like Austin trans brain. Like you know what I mean? Like it really is at the top of your head.
No, because
you immediately brought it up as soon as the podcast started.
So clearly Stavros is conscious of the boring, played-out, anti-woke talking points that Jordan Jensen is hitting on here. And I feel like it's just completely bumming him out. Not because she's talking about trans people in a bigoted sort of way. That probably doesn't even bother him. The thing that's getting to him here is that she's so obviously practicing these lines for her upcoming visit to Austin in order to promote her special. And Stavros sees right through it. Since after all the times they did podcasts together, this is the first time she's really emphasizing her criticisms on trans people and feminism. Conveniently right before she goes to
right, I was about to say right before her Rogan appearance, huh?
JRE.
Yeah, it's harder to be a woman.
It's not hard. You'd wake up and all the women around you would be like, ew, why are you just wearing your regular face today? And you'd be like, because it's my face. And they'd be like, you have to put mush on it and lots of stuff on it. And you'd be like, but it's my face. You have to be.
That's hard. That's what I'm saying.
It's not hard. It's stupid.
It
and
is.
It's our fault. Women can stop. Women can stop.
It's
Stop
really
doing
not.
it.
Holy f***, this is insane. You think it's women's fault?
Yeah, dude, we
that
get
they're
paid
the one-
just as much. We're just as powerful. Cut it out.
All right, you're practicing for Rogan. Very clear. You're gonna do a great job on Kill Tony with these talking points.
I am
And he knows that she's not really being her true self here.
His roasting of her
In
is
this next
great.
clip, for whatever reason, Jordan Jensen goes on a rant about how she hates women, and it's such a forced act that Stavros literally says to her face that she's very obviously practicing for Rogan. Because according to Stavros, she's actually, deep down, embarrassed of being a hardcore feminist in front of Rogan and Hinchcliffe.
It's up, and it's got to stop, and we should, our periods and everything, I think every woman, when they have their period, should have 2 little red blood stripes. None of this hiding it anymore. No more.
I'm with you on all this stuff.
Feminism is dead, dude.
But what you're talking about is a form of feminism. You're talking about
I want it to come back.
Okay.
Remember hairy armpits? Now it's unacceptable.
I don't think that's true.
It's okay in Bushwick, but it's not cool.
Yeah,
So
it's fine.
What's that the Italian lady had who was hot?
Oh yes. I know who you're talking
Sophia
about.
Loren.
Sophia Loren.
Yeah, she had.
I got no problem with hairy armpits. I'm on
That's
record.
fine.
Yeah.
But it's very rare to see it on like an actual empowered woman. It's on like a vegan trans who has like non-binary cats or whatever.
This is really interesting because you're actually saying radical feminism with Kill Tony vocabulary right now. It's like a fascinating. I'm having a hard time even because we do agree, but you're throwing these like anti-cancel culture buzzwords out.
There's a
even
way to
you're
be...
like, it's like how Ian is embarrassed of being gay, so he pretends to be Republican. You're doing this. You're embarrassed to be a feminist, so you're pretending to be Republican right now.
I feel like this podcast sort of solidified the fact that Stavros Halkias has never and will never want to be a part of the group of comedians in the so-called Rogan sphere, who pretty much just ride the anti-cancel culture wave in Austin to stay in the good graces of Joseph, Tony, and, most importantly, the cesspool of fans who support this style of comedy, if you even want to call it that. Because let's not forget that it is the audience and their hard-earned cash that are keeping the Austin disease afloat. They're truly the root of the issue here. And Stavros clearly doesn't want to feed the beast. Instead, he'd rather crack jokes and then laugh at them with that contagious cackle of his. It's his favorite pastime, especially when the jokes are about extremely out-of-touch, unlikable, and unfunny comedians like Burp Crusher. Look, I don't know if you're aware already, but Stavros and Chris Stefano have been absolutely dunking on Burt Kreischer basically this entire summer, as they were hired last June by Tom and Burt to take over Two Bears, One Cave for about 6 episodes. And the very last episode that happened a couple weeks ago, they completely eviscerated Burt so badly that I just couldn't ignore it anymore. I mean, at one point the things they were saying about him were so accurately insulting that I nearly started to feel bad for Mr. Shirtless. And the roasting began after they finished up their phone call with him, which was so boring that I won't put it in this video, but just know that Chris and Stavros tried their very hardest to riff with Kreischer. But after about 10 minutes of Kreischer talking about ways that he could sell things to his audience, they finally realized why the fans of Two Bears, One Cave hate Burt and Tom so much. It's because these two guys have become completely money-oriented. And so after
they're just constantly trying the new grift. He literally just said how he wants to do what Jack Doherty does.
The phone call, they both
we should just become OnlyFans. We need to get some OF girls and just, pimp them out.
hilariously came to the conclusion that in order to
it's like the future.
Make the fans happy with the show again, that Burt and Tom would probably need to both perish in a thrilling fight to the death.
I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love you, Burt. Love you, brother.
I owe you 6 episodes or something.
100%.
All right.
Thank you, bro. Later.
See you,
Bye.
dude.
So if that didn't plummet the ratings, I honestly, if calling Burt, if you're still listening after we just called Burt,
and I believe he called it bad ideas.
Yes,
and it's called bad thoughts.
Right. So if you're still listening now, you truly need more mental help than I do. We literally just called Burt, and Burt talked about himself for 10 minutes.
I love the Burt's idea, and I do feel bad because you were holding the phone, so I couldn't really. But his idea was like branding. It's like his idea for a bit is like, what could a comic sell?
Yeah,
that's better than alcohol.
Yeah,
and it's like, how about we tell a joke?
Yeah,
how about stand-up comedy is what we sell?
A joke. It's like
actually is a great name for. Big Titty.
They also are asking us what should Tom and Burt do when they come back.
Chris
How do they win the
He's pretty funny.
Audience back and the show? Right?
Chrissy D.
How would they actually?
I've been listening to this guy since he first started. He used to go on Opie and Anthony.
I think a murder suicide I think a fight to the death.
Yes.
And whoever kills the other one keeps the podcast.
Yeah, kind of how, like, I forgot, one of them bought Hitler's teacup. They can pull a Hitler and just do a Eva Braun, like just an assisted suicide. And that's...
Oh, you know what? A game of Russian roulette.
Nice.
Until one of them dies.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that will satiate the fans' bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think they need to watch one of them and just like, and the thing is, Tom, even though he wants to live, he actually wouldn't be like that shaken, and Bert would be like crying.
And I love that, like, Bert wins, like, you know, and blows his own brains out, and then the team at like Benson Spoon would know to edit Bert's brains flying out of his head with his tour dates and every speckle. Like he would just know that that's what I have to do because he's got a big date at Red Rock. So he would like.
What if Bert shoots part of his brain out and he survives and it just doesn't affect his act?
Yeah, he still does the same thing,
dude.
That's hilarious.
I just feel like Stavros is a breath of fresh air in this circle of successful podcasting comedians. Because not only is he a pretty funny guy, but he's also so self-aware that when he sees a guy like Bert, who is the most self-unaware and out-of-touch person alive, he's able to immediately pick up on why people dislike him so much. And then he's able to create comedy gold out of that realization. So this whole Two Bears, One Cave takeover made Chris DiStefano and Stavros realize that there's an entire fan base of people out there who will declare you as their king if you call out anything relating to the Rogan sphere. And they pretty much just capitalized on that for that whole 2-month duration, which they make pretty obvious at the very end when they literally say that they're just doing what the fans want, which prompts the surprise guest, Mark Normand, to send a little shot towards the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, which is the subreddit that haunts Brendan Schaub's nightmares every single night.
It drives me nuts! Nuts!
Let's take 5 more minutes. We'll do our contractual out.
The easiest way to get a laugh. Just put it on slow-mo.
Right.
And then we'll get the fuck out of here. We see how much we give a fuck about this show. We just have a countdown the second. And the second it hits 1 hour, we're like, all right.
Yeah.
Cut the checks, Bert and Tom.
But this is what their fans want. Yeah. They just want to listen to an hour of just us shitting on them and shitting on the show.
It is weird.
This is what podcasting's become.
This is like Brendan Schaub's Reddit.
Yeah.
Just shit on him, you know?
But now that I think of it, I don't want this video to give the impression that Stavros just talks shit behind other comics' backs, which you might be thinking now, since in these clips, he never really confronts anyone in the Rogan sphere directly to their face. So to wrap this compilation up, I wanted to remind you guys of the time where Mr. Halkias gave a huge dose of reality to Bert Kreischer, because it was absolutely ruthless. And even though they're comedians, everything that Stavros tells Bertrude here was undeniably the truth. Like, he just broke it down to him that he's now on the verge of dying, and that he's pretty much sacrificed his health for his act. And as harsh as that may be, Bert needs to be hearing this from everyone around him, not just the random comedian pal from across the country. That is how much of an emergency his health truly is.
Do you ever think that you might have been capable of something so much better than what you're doing, and you're using your body to just not die from alcoholism? Do you think, like,
every day, I think I have superior genetics.
Yeah, I wouldn't phrase it that way.
I think I've watered them down my whole life.
Yes.
And I've put myself at 50% and achieved 100%.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
What I would have looked like had I been the guy at 25 that said, "Buck stops here. I'm going to start eating clean."
Let me ask you this though, Bert. You know how? Let's say take an egg, right?
Yeah.
You crack an egg, and you put it on the fucking sidewalk. Or you keep an egg in a fridge, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect conditions. Eventually it'll go bad. You pickle that egg with booze, and that egg can last forever. You might have preserved yourself in booze somehow.
Dude,
you're like the beef jerky of guys.
Like the beef jerky of guys.
I'm going to tell you an example. I have a friend. He was aggressively fat his entire life.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Yeah. And when he started trying to get healthy, he just started looking old. He's maybe how much younger is Tommy than me? Tom looks like a 70-year-old man. He looks like a 70-year-old man.
That's more salt and pepper, though.
No, but it's like aging. Like if you put me and Tom together, you think we're the same age. I'm like a generation older than him.
Interesting.
But I look so much better. It's wild.
I think this is also another one of your great skills, completely overrating yourself. I don't know.
Wow.
You look that much better, Bert. You're jacked. I'll give you that. You're stronger.
Unfortunately, Stavros isn't around Bert enough to know that unless he can hear the sound of his own voice, Bert just doesn't listen to anything anyone's saying at all moments of the day. So the cold truth that Stavros said here didn't even register for the shirtless hackman. I mean, he literally took everything that Alkeus was saying and somehow spun it into why he thinks he's better looking than Tom, which is also just him justifying his repulsive drinking and eating habits. And also, just remember that this was almost a year ago. And honestly, Bert looks pretty good here. Fast forward to now though, and oh boy. I mean, the state of him is honestly concerning and insulting at the same time. So to finish off the podcast, Stavros politely tells Bert to stop posting pictures of himself crying online. Because if you guys remember, this was around the time when Bert posted that grotesque Instagram photo of him bawling his eyes out, which should have honestly had a not safe for work warning on top of it. And of course, when Stavros brings this up, the only thought that forms in Bert's damaged brain is the concern that Stavros will unfollow him on Instagram for it.
I was dropping George off to college. I almost want to read the fucking text.
Yeah.
I'm dropping George off at college. I posted a picture of me crying. Or Isla, dropping Isla.
Yeah, that's tough. You got to stop doing that, man.
No.
You got to stop posting pictures of you crying. You could just save that for the family scrapbook.
Nope. It's what I do. It's me. It's me. It's 100% me.
Be.
It does. It does.
Doesn't have to
it 100% does.
Today could be the first day of the rest of your life, Bert. You could be the guy who keeps that to himself.
Did you unfollow me?
No.
Okay, then that's all I care about.
I wouldn't unfollow you.
Exactly.
You're my friend, but
I go unfollow me because I don't give a fuck.
I wouldn't unfollow my friend if he relapsed on heroin,
dude.
but I'd be like,
really
buddy, this is bad for you.
So yeah, at the end of the day, what makes Stavros stand out is that he's willing to acknowledge the elephant in the room. A lot of comics in the Rogan sphere are too scared to lose stage time, podcast invites, or that sweet, sweet paycheck. So they just tiptoe around obvious nonsense. Stavros does not though. He'll roast Kill Tony fans for clapping like seals at buzzwords.
Like, Dave Attell is
He'll
doing
call
that,
out
though.
Sam Morril for pocketing Saudi money on one of the most sensitive dates in his religion, and he'll clown Jordan Jensen when she suddenly pivots her whole act to fit Austin's anti-woke playbook. That is what separates him from the hacks. And let's not forget that he loves telling Bert the truth, which we should all be thankful for. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
I don't know why that light went off. Oh, man. What the hell? Oh, man. Wish I would have saw that a little earlier. When did the Abbott preach?
Charlie Kirk. We didn't. We're what, 7 days after?
7 days.
Craig David. So.
Nah.
I guarantee you, dude.
We heard from the president in the
Give me a minute. David Tulls. No, he didn't sell out. It's just he doesn't talk about like those guys. Like he's just part of the hang because he's known these people for so long. And he's just like, yeah, it's just a place I can do comedy, you know. I can't do a good tell. Ugh. Excuse me. Begging for violence. Trump turns his back on Charlie Kirk. MAGA in shock. He's under attack. Oh, wait. Wait. There was a Destiny thing that Kyle Kalinske did that I wanted to check out. I think he was making fun of Destiny. Let's see. There it is.
So,
We got one more Kyle Kulinski video. So why not? Pretty much finish up the night with this.
Destiny had on streamer XQC after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and they got into a debate here because a lot of the people in the streaming world, a lot of them are very right-wing, or at the very least, somewhat right-wing, and they end up running cover for the right, even though they might nominally be more apolitical, but generally speaking, many of them lean right. They got into this debate here about, the reaction of the left and the right to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And this is a fucking amazing clip because XQC gets absolutely bodied. Where he's trying to say, oh my God, the left they're totally unhinged and they're so violent and this is unacceptable. And then Destiny comes in like a buzzsaw and lays out literally the exact opposite of what you're saying is the truth. Watch this.
You think it's a problem, but it's not. Every large media outlet.
Hearing Sex Pastiny's voice, though, it's just.
And lawmaker on.
Kyle, I'm kind of mad at you for doing this.
The left has unequivocal.
But I'm not giving Destiny a view technically, so you know what Kyle's doing. Kyle's got the view. Let's just enjoy it.
Specifically called it out as bad. Every person on the right is calling for fucking war and vengeance.
Oh my. Okay, see, that's the utopia pill. I feel like you have. This is like.
What's the utopia pill? What's the utopia pill? What do you mean by that?
It's the leftist, dumb fuck, colored glasses. The
dumb fuck colored glasses. Bitch, what? Dumb fuck's not a color, dog. Oh my, this is gonna get worse, isn't it?
The left is calling this out. No, they have not. Bro, the way that they portray these things that happen.
Click this and show your stream. Click this and show your stream, and then you can find counterexamples. I got nothing else to do today. Go ahead. Click this, show your stream, and let's just walk through both pictures, and then you can do all the counterexamples you want. Okay?
Yeah, I'm looking at your picture. What about it?
Left. Click the left one. On the top left, we've got former President Barack Obama. We've got former President Joe Biden. We've got huge international mainstream.
What he's pointing out is all of
who gave condolences to Charlie Kirk.
These big name Democrats were unequivocally condemning the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Media figure Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, it's Kyle Cool.
Bottom left, alternative left-wing media figure Cenk Uygur. We've got hopeful presidential candidate, current Senator Bernie Sanders. We've got Mamdani from New York City. We've got California Governor Gavin Newsom. We've got David Hogg, who was a DNC chair.
And by the way, notice everybody that Destiny's listing here, it runs the gamut. It runs the gamut from like center-left liberal to leftist. Like it runs the gamut. They're all like, yeah, hey, doing a political assassination is bad. We're against that.
We've got a representative, Pramila Jayapal, I can't pronounce her name.
Pramila Jayapal.
Center-left media figure Brian Tyler Cohen. Center-left media figure David Pakman, some of the largest people on the left wing on YouTube. We've got Crystal Ball. We've got Brian Krasenstein, huge fucking, Twitter lord, Hutch, fellow Twitch streamer for you, okay? Go to the next fucking picture. What do we have from these people? These are some of the biggest right-wing accounts. You think that this is comparable? You think that both sides are doing the same thing?
You can't say it. I'm going to show you this in a second, by the way, but what he's showing is all the right-wingers were flat out calling for war. It's night and day. The difference is every left-wing, big media figure and politician, liberal and left-wing, were condemning it. Every right-winger was saying, this means war. This means war, and you got to go for them.
I can send you videos of people on the Daily Wire. If you want, we can go through Matt Walsh's response, where he says the time for playing nice is over. We can go through Ben Shapiro's response.
What you did,
yeah.
What you did unironically, you sat there at your computer and you linked me this shit that compares Barack Obama to the libs of TikTok. I have had enough with your stupid dog shit.
Who is the video? Who is the guy?
I can't do it.
Who is the guy? Who is the guy in the top middle? Who is who is that guy? What's that video of? Who is that?
It's Donald Trump in the top middle. And he did an address from the Oval Office, which was like shitting on the left and saying they're the problem and they're the enemy. So further proves his point.
Did he walk away?
Now, look, to be fair, I think he does come back, but it does look like he rage quit and then came back. Why? Because he got fucking obliterated. So here, let's go through what Destiny put up there. So yes, on the liberal and left side, Barack Obama condemned it. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Mehdi Hassan, Cenk Uygur, Bernie Sanders, Zoran, Gavin, David Hogg, Pramila Jayapal, Brian Tyler Cohen, Dave Pakman, Crystal Ball, my wife, Brian Krasenstein, not my wife, Hutch, also not my wife. Then on the right-wing side, Libs of TikTok, This is War, Joey Manorino, big right-wing account. The Democrat Party must be classified as a domestic terror organization against organization and their members, leaders treated accordingly. Enough is enough. Brian Eastwood, official, Rando, Sean Davis, Trump's reaction, Gunther Eagleman, Elon Musk, the left is the party of murder from Elon Musk. Chris Rufo, another big right-wing account. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It's time within the confines of the law to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos. Laura Loomer, more Elon Musk. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die. You got Fox News' Jesse Waters, who was basically calling for war as well. It doesn't even stop there. So the right has actually gone lower than this, too, because here you have this guy, the trigonometry guy. He goes,
guy.
I guess
I knew I recognized
on,
him. I was like, wait a
Piers
minute,
Morgan
wait a
show.
minute. I've seen him before.
And he decides, hey, how about I blame Cenk Uygur for what happened to Charlie Kirk here? Let's watch.
But I found it difficult to sit there and listen to this preposterous.
Oh, he was also on Piers Morgan. That's right.
Conversation you've just had. I don't understand what I mean. This time last year, I sat across from one of your guests, Cenk, on that particular occasion, in which he tried to persuade me for 20 minutes that Donald Trump was a fascist.
'Cause he is! If anything bad happens to anybody on the right, they say, you're no longer allowed to tell the truth.
Yep.
You're no longer allowed to point out.
Well, that's, again, this is literal Nazi tactics. Like, we shouldn't be surprised. Like, or fascist tactics, not Nazi, fascist.
He opened up Alligator Alcatraz and sent people to a gulag concentration camp in El Salvador called CCOT and wants to send 30,000 immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. You're not allowed to point that out. You're not allowed to point out that ICE thugs are walking around with fucking masks on, waiting outside of courtrooms and rounding people up, even if the immigration judge says, you're free to go. You're not allowed to point out that he's threatening Greenland, he's threatening Canada, he's threatening Panama, he's already bombed Iran, Panama, Yemen, Somalia. You're not allowed to point that out. You're not allowed to point out he already illegally invaded LA, he invaded DC, he invaded, or he wants to invade Chicago, but the governor fought back, so now he's changing that to Memphis. You're not allowed to point out any of these things, which objectively show he meets the definition of a fascist. You can't point that out because somebody on the right got shot at. No, I'm sorry. You can condemn violence while also saying, I will also tell the truth about the political project that the right is engaged in. It's so amazing. They immediately take this moment to wage a war on factual accuracy.
That's how the left talks about their political opponents. And I'm someone...
By the way, there's a supercut going around now. I didn't pull it up for this segment, but there's a supercut going around nonstop. Trump calling everybody he disagrees with a fascist. Now, the difference is when Trump says it about us, he's just wrong. When we say it about him, we are right. That's the difference.
I'm just looking at the facts of what I see. We have had, for the last 10 years, the word... What has happened to the word Nazi as a result of the word, the woke left...
See, again...
behavior.
I guess I have to stop saying it because this guy is literally just like, you've diluted it. You've diluted it.
Completely
unacceptable. Even though you're totally using it in context to something that I said that totally fits the historical narrative, but you've diluted it.
Acceptable. This is a word that we had for a very specific group of people that was supposed to describe people who believe in National Socialism and fascism. These words have very specific meanings, and the meanings that they had were very important for being able to describe people who are actually of that opinion. And instead, both in America and here across the Atlantic in Britain, we've had, and we're not talking about people on Twitter or people on Blue Sky. I'm talking about David Lammy, who's the current deputy prime minister, talking about a group of conservative Eurosceptics and saying they're worse than Nazis. We've had this for a whole decade now, the complete dehumanization of people for simply having political disagreements.
Oh my God. So the dehumanization, he doesn't mean it's dehumanization of Palestinians or Muslims or Arabs or immigrants here at home, or trans people. No, that's not. He's talking about dehumanization of what? The people in this country that have the Senate, the House, the White House.
Again, these people are such victims.
The courts, and control every major lever of power. Yeah. Somehow they're the victims, even though they control everything and everybody. They run everything, but they're the victims. Yep. Please spare me. Jesus Christ, the fucking cry bully shit.
And so when I see that the killer of Charlie Kirk had these so-called anti-fascist inscriptions on his ammunition, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. Of course this would happen. And people like to pretend that this has no consequence. Well, think about it, Piers. You're a man. I'm a man. If you and I thought that fascism was actually here, as we keep being told, wouldn't it?
I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. Because we're all dudes. Hey.
It'd be our duty to stand up and fight. So can we really be surprised then when some deranged guy picks up a rifle and shoots someone who people on the media, people on TV keep saying is a fascist, keep saying is...
It's so inconvenient for his whole narrative that is literally like 90-10 when it comes to political violence.
I like it a bit orange. I noticed that too.
10% comes from the right, 10% comes from the left. All of the objective data shows that. It's mighty fucking inconvenient. Notice the reaction now to the Charlie Kirk thing. What were all these people saying when the Minnesota Democrats got assassinated by a fucking MAGA terrorist who had a literal list, an endless list of Democrats he wanted to assassinate? What were they saying then? They were saying dick. They were saying nothing. They weren't even fucking talking about it. None of them even talked about it. Never mind, talked about it and come to these sweeping conclusions. So spare me your fucking faux outrage, where it's so goddamn selective. So selective. And you're also assuming he doesn't mention groypers, that they might play a role in this. He doesn't mention the contradictions in the official story that seems to make no sense, and it kind of looks like a professional hit job, so it might be some, not the right or the left in this scenario. He doesn't mention any of that. You heard it at the beginning, but he mentioned Cenk Uygur. I find that so fucking deplorable. I find that so deplorable that he mentioned Cenk Uygur. I watched the episode of The Young Turks the night that Charlie Kirk got killed, and it was wall to wall condemnations of violence and saying, we don't believe in violence. If you're on the left, you don't believe in violence.
Yeah.
If you're on the left, you believe in peaceful...
I even have to give it, like, I don't want to give Jake any credit, but...
nonviolent resistance. That's what you believe in. He says it's immoral. He says it's unethical. He says it's unacceptable.
Which is also weird that they did that, because Cenk also, like, was on record kind of, like, trying to be nice to Charlie Kirk recently. Remember?
He says it's stupid. Everything anybody on the right would want somebody on the left to say in a moment like this, fucking Cenk said it, and he still got blamed by these loathsome cretins. Absolutely disgusting. Finally, I'll give you what Matt Walsh said, because I think this is very instructive. So Matt Walsh comes out and says the following. Ready? I cannot unite with the left because they want me dead. They will spit on my grave when I die and laugh in the faces of my wife and children. There can be no unity with such people, but I will unite with anyone on the right. I hereby discard any grudge or personal feud I may have had with anyone on my side. Maybe we will pick up those arguments sometime in the future. Now we have to
again, guys,
stand together. So a couple things. First of all, there's no acknowledgement from Matt Walsh that like 95% of people on the liberal and left side were like, yeah, don't kill people. That's bad. He just hyper focuses on like based tanky Stalin 6969 on Twitter, who was celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, and pretends like that is broadly the left, right? And so you're all the same. You're all bad. You're all the same. You all want me dead. You all want to spit on my grave, etc. So that's point number one.
That's like me literally looking at a bot comment and just being like, that's all MAGA.
Is, you know, make the boogeyman out of...
Although they do kind of like troll like bots, let's be real.
The other side. But point number two is, look at how quickly these guys, boom. They're like, oh, whatever, let's throw all of our differences aside. If you're right of center, you're with me, and I'm on your team, and now let's unite and let's destroy the other side. And this is not something you ever see on the liberal and leftist side. There has been a movement towards more unity among liberals and leftists in this second Trump regime, because it's been so fucking horrific. But you never see like a very clear, open declaration like this from somebody on the left or a liberal to say, look, in this moment, we got bigger fish to fry, so we gotta unite, we gotta hold hands, we gotta work through whatever our differences are. We'll put them aside and let's just focus on what we know is the common enemy in this country.
I mean, we should be doing that,
which is the rising tide of fascism.
Yeah, we should be doing that.
And extremism and authoritarianism.
Are we in agreement here?
And the destruction of this country from within, and destruction of our foreign policy, destruction of our economy, and everything like that. You don't see people say that, and so this should serve as a wake-up call to everybody who's even slightly left of center to far left. Like, this is how they're thinking. You know, they view you as all the same.
All right.
They view all of us as all the same.
One hundo.
And maybe it's time that we sort of wake up to that fact and realize that there's a different and a better time and place to go through liberal and leftist differences. In this moment, it's got to be a united front.
God damn it. It's almost like I was saying this earlier in the show. This happens a lot.
Hey, y'all, do me...
And that was a random watch. That one... Look at that. All right, guys. I'm a little bit into overtime here. I do have to, unfortunately, take off because I got to catch up with uni. So tomorrow I will be on at 2 o'clock. I'm enjoying the fun. It's going to be good times, good times. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I should be on it too. Because I'm going to go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to just go see her early. All right, cool. Unless I have to, if she gets obviously discharged tomorrow, then I might be a little bit later. I will keep you guys posted with that. So With that being said, I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Apologies if if you guys got turned off by some of, the spicy pep. I definitely was. I worked through it. You guys watched it in real time, and I came out, the other side feeling good. So we're all we'll all make it through this. So I do appreciate you guys. Like I said, let's get my outro, my outro loaded, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.